I'm gonna read off what we wrote over here whenever it says I'm live. All right, looks like we're live on YouTube. So the thing we're going to be doing today, for the sake of the VOD, is that I'm back. I was out for a week. I was at Commit Your Code conference first, and then Git Merge in SF, and it was awesome. Commit Your Code was such a good event. Like, Danny really organized it well. I mean, things are spread out in Dallas, like Plano, but it was fine. Like, yeah, the lifts were cheap enough. There was a lot of carpooling and stuff. And I had some amazing barbecue. In fact, hold on, I don't even have my phone on me. I do need my phone because I'll have to do some two-factor stuff. But yeah, I'm going to grab my phone and we'll at least, like, check out a photo of the barbecue I ate because it was good. But yeah, our plan for today is I need to work on Oh-My-Ghaad, which is the Git hosting as a database or backend. I need to work a little bit on adding an adapter for that, adding functionality for it to the application we built with it, because I need to have a pre-recorded lightning talk done by the 13th. So that's going to be the thing that we work on today. Not the slides yet, but some of the functionality that then we can build the slides around. So, sounds fun, right? So yeah, I'm going to do that. And first, I just need to go grab my phone because there will be two-factor stuff, and I want to brag about the barbecue that I ate. So give me just a second. Be right back. Hey. And Moshiko, you're saying you did GitLab for your CI/CD stuff. Yeah, cool. Yeah, they're all good. You know, just different syntax for a lot of the same stuff. I would expect GitHub Actions probably has more available like actions that you can use rather than stuff you got to build yourself, but that's probably fine. All right, so hold on. How do I want to do this? I know what I can do, I think. Barbecue. Oh, yep. Here we go. Yep. Yep. All right, so I think I can just airdrop this to my Mac Mini. Here we go. All right.
This is medieval time!
It was amazing. Dude, they do brisket so well. I didn't get them, like, I went there 2 days in a row for lunch, obviously. The first day, I grabbed this beef rib, and it was like fall off the bone. Like, you just grab it by the bone and it falls apart. Like, so good. The brisket, amazing. I had the pork ribs the day after, and they were pretty good. Only complaint, the mac and cheese was a bit too salty. I'm a bit of a mac and cheese, fan. And what's up, Dorina? How you doing? All right, let me make sure I got my chat here set up, right? I forgot about that. So yeah, we are definitely posting this one out. I may have to do this separate. No, I think we're good. Mac and cheese is delicious. Yeah, especially when done right. Oh, and hold on. Let me just do this real quick.
Like to be a
Two-factor bullshit. Yeah, welcome. Yeah, Code Drift is great. I got to hang out with him on Saturday, and it was awesome. We went to this place called Absinthe in SF, and it was amazing. I didn't get any photos of that because I ate the burger too quick. But the cocktail was really good. I think I even got a photo of it. I'll show you that in a second. But let's brag about this. Yeah, super good. Yeah, we just had a bunch of like lunchtime cocktails, and it was, man, yeah, that place was awesome. So yeah. All right, so yeah, here we go. We attached the photo, obviously. Where do we think it went? Did they put it in downloads? Yes. But Twitter hates the HEIC files. So yeah, we're just getting going. I'm back from like a week-long trip where I haven't streamed in a week, so we're getting set up. I'm sharing some of that experience with y'all, and we will get to our like coding stuff here very soon. I just want to brag about this barbecue. Yeah, thank you. All right, and then yeah, we'll just basically post the same thing. The stream that shows police chases does not make good background noise. Okay, sounds about right. Yeah, I hate songs that have like a clip of police stuff in them. Hell no. Fuck that shit. And then hold on. Yeah. Let me just show off this cocktail from the other day. Boom! Like, dude, this thing was delicious. I don't know what the garnish on top was, but yeah, like Griffin and Grain bourbon. Yes, I got it just because of the Griffin part. Thai tea syrup, pandan liqueur, green chartreuse, and some lemon. And what's up, Sicario? Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, you knew you wouldn't get rid of me for that long. So yeah, solid drink. I'm not much of a cocktail person. I prefer just like straight bourbon most of the time, but woo-wee. Yeah, it was good. Okay, so yeah, that not necessary. Can't wait till the first. Wife's been sharing a lot of the places around the apartment. Is that when you guys like officially move there? I guess like waiting out your lease and doing the packing and stuff. More of a beer person? That's fine. Ain't no stress. How's it going, Owen? Is the project open source? Are you saying, oh my god? Yeah, it is. Yeah, let's close down a bunch of this stuff. Though I do want to get back into like doing the tail scale thing a bit more. So yeah, we'll get rid of a bunch of these tabs. Man, I forgot how many tabs we had opened up. Man, so many tabs to close. Wait, what company was this for? Something dot text? Oh, the name is dot text. Why was I looking at this? I don't even know what they do. What the hell is outlines? We'll save it for later. So it's like a structured output thing? Okay. All right. Let's keep closing some tabs so we can start fresh. Man, that's a lot of tabs to close. Yeah, I went. Technically, I was born in Redwood City, but I hadn't been back to San Fran since then. And then that was last year I went there, and then this year I got to go a second time. And yeah, it was cool. Okay. Yeah, we'll close these. We do need to do the Hacker News thing eventually. But yep, we're not working on Masijo today. Oh, this did seem cool. I don't remember what that password is. I don't give a shit. I was born there. I don't care. I'll piss them off even more and call it Frisco. How about that? Oh, and hold on. Barrett had a question real quick. Yeah. I mean, technically, there's Frisco in Texas, though, which is where I believe the Frisco Kid got their name from, rather than being San Francisco. But okay. This last song on the album, let's get a better one going. Because I think Synthwave belongs in a museum. Yes, we play this song too much, but it's okay. Okay, so. Oh my God. Wait. Why are both albums playing? Different domains? That was weird. There we go. All right, so the idea behind this project, do I have it documented well? Kind of. Yeah, like a good marketing site would be nice too. So hold on, let me look at this. We've got Oh-My-Ghaad. Then there's the project that is using it, and I forgot the name. CF Please, that was the one. Yeah, so CF Please is an interesting one. Do I still have it at Vercel, or do I have this at... Yeah. Way better. Okay. So, CF Please. All right, we log in with GitHub. This is using that Oh-My-Ghaad library under the hood. We are getting logged in. All right. So that is the repo. If we go look at our conferences, we added some, and we're just like tracking the conferences that we have proposed talks for. Pretty cool, right? But pretty just straightforward. Ah, you're an only child. That makes sense. You could bring her with you there. Chaotic. No big deal. All right. So, yeah, the idea is, right, we have this repo, cfps-temp. We should find that one in here as well. Right, so this is the data that lives inside of this application, right? Like all of this is just here in one of these collections, conferences, and each one of these is just a record, of some stuff that's there. So it's just JSON data living inside of a Git repo. Oh-My-Ghaad is the thing powering that, because all it does is it acts as a library that you would use to build an application. So there's the core, which is like the Git-based JSON storage and how those things work. There's adapter GitHub, which is actually doing the login and the API stuff. And then there's Oh-My-Ghaad React to make it somewhat reactive inside of frameworks, right? So what I think I want to do is I want to create at least a GitLab adapter, maybe BitBucket too, depending on how quick they go. And then maybe even create like like another frameworks integration too. Like maybe an Angular one? I don't know. We'll see. But what's up there? To vacerate? I don't know. Was that correct? I don't think so. But yeah, let me know how to pronounce your name and I'll do it better. All right, so yeah, the idea is we're going to add 2 more bits of functionality. One's going to be adapter GitHub. It says first time chat. No, so you created a whole new account, it looks like. Yeah, you've only ever sent 2 messages. Oh, maybe that was over in the gaming channel? Is that possible? Vortex. Okay. Yeah, I'll try and remember that. And hold on. Why reply over there? Follow you on Twitter? Nice. Why are people canceling Netflix? Anyone know about that drama? I'm completely unaware. Nah, there's a bunch of people just like being really performative about canceling. Nah, we don't want to talk about that here. Oh shit. How was I not following the conference? Whoops. That's my bad. Hold on. So wait, people are canceling Netflix because Elon Musk said so? So it's like the opposite of the CBS thing? So yeah, I think I got some people to mute. Fuck that shit. Ain't nobody got time for that. I don't need that shit in my feed. I don't give a shit. Wait, did he already pull it? Nah, weird. Yeah, I just looked it up. We don't need to show that shit. Yeah, no, for sure. So yeah, cool. Anyone tweeting that shit gets an easy block. Or at least a mute. So what you're saying is I should go sign up for Netflix. If it pisses them off, it's definitely worth it. I've been wanting to watch that show, I Think You Should Leave Anyway. Yeah. I've seen clips and it's amazing. I need to see the whole thing now. I saw that movie, Friendship. That was terrifying. Right? Like, it's not like a horror film, but it's just weird enough that it's kind of scary. Yeah, that movie is interesting. No spoilers, but oh my god. Like, holy shit. Like, really good moments, though. I definitely laughed out loud a couple times. Okay, so yeah, let's do this. Let's hop into the libraries. I'm gonna have other stuff to do for sure. All right, so that's inside of that VM, so we're good with that. Ooh, yeah, look at how gnarly the shader gets when you leave it running for this long. Like, dude, it's not even close. Like, here's what it should look like. Nope. Hold on, I'm trying to remember the key now. There you go. That's what it should look like. But yeah, the numbers overflow and then all of a sudden it just breaks down. All right. But yeah. So yeah, we don't need this tab anymore. we'll move this stuff over a bit. Oh, I wanted to tweet about this. Yeah, not today, though. All right, so let's get rid of some of these. Cool. All right, let's pop open Oh-My-Ghaad. We'll close Masijo for now. Don't need this. And what's up, Craze? How you doing? Oh, this one we can leave over there. This one we can close. We'll leave that for now. How did you scaffold your project, Craze? In general, you should use the Vite starter. Vite. 1 second. Vite. Right. I mean, it's one of those things where it probably doesn't matter that much. You know, people know what you mean. You can say Vite. I don't think it matters that much. But what you were probably running into, and hold on. Now we're using Next.js for this one. Damn it. What's a project where I'm using Vite? Well, yeah. I mean, look at it this way. Vite, React. When scaffolding a new TypeScript React Vite project, this is the way to do it. So you'd basically just do the React TS. But you do the command line. I think there's a way to use the template. I thought they did it automatically. Oh, I think this will just walk you through it, right? So let's just double check, right? We'll go create a new tab. Yeah, it used to be that you needed to copy and paste. Yeah, now you just like pick it interactively. So yeah, here you'd pick React, then which way you want to do it. I don't know, if you're just fiddling with stuff, I would say TypeScript is probably fine. SWC is pretty fast. React compiler, probably not necessary at the moment. So yeah, I'd say just TypeScript, use roll down Vite. That's going to be the future default, but maybe just stick with non-experimental. Install with pnpm and start now. Right, so Craze, this is the right way to get started, but... And actually, hold on. No, let's do it. We're going to call it Vite project. We're going to do React. We're going to do just regular TypeScript. regular thing there. We don't need to do the pnpm install, but let's head into there, and I just wanted to now let's see, is it in the Vite config? So, right, like it would have this React stuff here. If we do tsconfig.app, right, these are a bunch of like the TypeScript configurations that Vite is setting up for you by from scratch. And most likely the reason you were running into the lack of HTML elements is because you were missing DOM. It can be worth it to fiddle with and understand how to build these things from scratch, but realistically, just use a starter, like Vite. Does that help, though, Craze? No worries there, Ocean Mind. It is good music. Yeah, no worries, Craze. Just wanted to help. Okay, so the thing we're working on today, we're going to add a Gitlab adapter. Maybe a Svelte integration would be more fun. I don't know. We can think about that. I forget what all lives in the integration. That's right. Yeah. So here we create like a custom hook. An 8-bit tune together? Sure. I don't know. I'm not much into the 8-bit stuff myself. Not that it's bad, it's just not something I do that much of. Why am I spacing on his name? We know someone who's like big in the demo scene. And I'm spacing on their name right now. No, I'm trying to remember what their handle is here on Twitch. I don't know what their real name is. I feel like it starts with a P. Wonder if he comes up this way. Like his name is like one of the groups. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. If I see you and him in here at the same time, I can remind you. Like, try and remind me if you can. But React or Vue, like whatever you're productive with, Craze. That's just not that important. You should be good enough that you can learn both. And what's up, Brainless? How you doing? So yeah, Craze. My recommendation, get good with at least one of them, and then learn another. Once you've done that, you're going to recognize that the patterns are basically the same. It's just the syntax that changes. So anyone who starts treating these things like sports teams should immediately start ignoring them, because they're really not savvy enough to understand. So yeah, this is what the React hook would look like. We would probably want to create, like, Vue has hooks now too, so we'd probably just do a hook for Vue. I don't know what the right like library abstraction would be for Svelte. It would most likely involve runes in some way, right? But yeah, I'm just not as sure. But not a big deal. Because we're not going to be doing that part right now anyway. We're going to be doing the adapters. So we've got this adapter GitHub. And the adapter just in general ends up having these functions that we need to implement. So if we were to go look at iAdapter here, we can see all of the functions that we basically have to recreate using whatever APIs are available to us. We could do that using an SDK, or we could just make direct HTTP request calls. What I'm wondering right now we're doing just raw fetch. Yep. But we're still using the SDKs for type safety around like what we can send, etc. And even like some of these paths and things like that. Yeah, so yeah, we should just look and see what the GitLab SDK looks like. Yeah, Synthwave does belong in a museum. And yeah, Code Drift. Sorry I had to get going so quick last night and I wasn't very vocal. It's just after like 11, I got to be quiet. Don't want to keep the neighbors up, at least until I can like close the windows a bit more. But still too hot for that. But yeah, dude, super good to hang out, man. Yeah, for sure. After Git merge, there was a karaoke party. Got to see Scott Chacon just shred it. It was kind of cool actually. Very cool, dude. Yeah, it was pretty awesome. All right, so it does look like they may not have an official SDK. I'm not seeing one, which I think is fine. And man, yeah, those cocktails, dude. Oh man. Finalizing your talk for tonight. Oh hell yeah, yeah. Checking laptop power. Um, yeah, like anything that would require an internet connection, I would recommend maybe recording a video of instead. Just because that's one of the biggest problems I've seen a lot of people run into just in general. Wasm demos use the home key for escape. Oh, I didn't know that. Where is the home key? I have no idea where the home key is. Yeah, no idea. Let me get more music going though. You've got a demo backup? Yeah. So like locally hosted stuff? Perfect. Yeah, that's just my biggest recommendation because you never know what the internet's going to be like at some venue. Yeah, exactly. There's definitely like a Lightning Talk speaker at Cascadia JS that ran into that problem. Meanwhile, I just pre-recorded it. Big brain. But yeah, how you doing there, Olivia? They do have a GraphQL API. I don't think I want to do that because I want to maintain the same basic flow. Dude, those cocktails were amazing. And funny enough, I hadn't even realized it, but the place that I was meeting Crutchcorn afterwards was actually like a block away at the dumpling place that was there. So I ate dumplings there, and then afterwards we went back to Absinthe and I had a cocktail. It was kind of funny. Yeah, it was solid. Yeah, I wandered around there for a little bit, and it was cool. Yeah, that little mini park that was there. Yeah, it was cool. But man, I really picked a good spot for my hotel too, because I was able to walk to basically everything. I was able to walk to Men's Show. Like there was a meetup that was like right next to that on Tuesday night that was cool. Yep. Got to hang out with Theo and Mark. They had some other friends come over and like, yeah, just hung out at their place, all like basically walking distance. Yeah, it was good. Do I need knowledge graphs for my app? No. No. So all we're doing right now is we are building an adapter for the GitLab REST API. And we've already done it for GitHub, so we know kind of exactly what we need. Oh. And yeah, thanks, Iriel. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I don't even really know what a knowledge graph is, so let's just double check it. Oh, it's for AI agents. Oh, okay. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. I think it's very similar to what we do at GitKraken, at least a little bit. But yeah, we're going to be doing the REST API for this. Authentication is pretty easy. Right? We just do the OAuth 2 flow and call that good. So yeah, it doesn't look like there's an official SDK. There's not even a third party. Oh, hold on. Node.js. Hmm. Gitbeaker. I've never even heard of that. Oh. Yeah, I don't necessarily want to use the whole thing. Like, I really just wanted to bring in the types. Yep. Yeah, so very similar to what I'm doing here in the GitHub adapter. I'm not bringing in anything other than octa-core's like core types. So this should theoretically tree shake down a lot easier than if it was including the stuff to make requests. It does seem to me like endpoint here. Yeah, that's definitely an object. So this is probably like the biggest part of that payload. Yeah. Hopefully it tree shakes away fine, but better than bringing in everything. I did the Discord announcement. I forgot to hit enter. I keep doing that. All right, there we go. Discord announcement done. There's a few people who use it as their notification that stream started. So yeah, I'm blowing it by taking so long. But all right, there we go. So yeah, we could bring in GitBeaker. It's probably better. Probably better than just yellow, like vibing the types. It's updated pretty frequently, a lot of weekly downloads. All right, we'll call it good. Yeah, we'll add this. But we need to scaffold a new adapter. All right, so in adapter Gitlab, oh, and damn it, I just realized music's a bit loud. Man. Take a week off streaming and forget how to even do it. Oh, and Brainless, you asked what we're up to. We are working on the GitLab adapter for Oh-My-Ghaad, mainly because I want to, I need to make a recording for React Summit, because it's pre-recorded for the Lightning Talks. And yeah, those will get pre-recorded, and I got to do that by the 13th. So yeah, I need to get the library to a state where I can make the slide presentation for it, and then I can do the recording for it. All of that jazz. Okay, so what we want to do is install GitBeaker. It's just at gitbeaker/rest. Yeah. One second. Let me read this. So, you did a lightning talk back in 2009 at a Linux conference, and, well, laptop decided to fail right at the start. So that's fun. Especially with your social phobia. Yeah, I get it. The demo gods are not nice. If something can go wrong, it will go wrong. Just as Code Drift was just saying. All right. So it looks like Oh-My-Ghaad MSW is something I deleted. Where are we trying to even use that? And what's up, Puzzlus? How you doing? All right, so we got that in there. Let's clean up the dependency inside of the GitLab one because we're not going to be using all of this. OctoKit, gone. All right, so you blocked most of that day from memory. You do remember that people were pretty nice about it and clapped when it finally began working again, but you were just really nervous by that point. Yeah, yeah, it's tough to recover from that. Like, it's technically nervous, but it's not like I'm talking about like when I get up there. Like, technically, it's the product of nerves or whatever, but I like it doesn't like bother me, but sometimes I just talk way too fast. So I need to figure out how to slow down my speaking better. Um, but in fact, let me show you this. Slidev. I actually submitted a discovery PR to Slidev to see if maybe there was a way to add speedrunning style splits. So the idea would be, like you would get something like this maybe in your presenter notes and possibly a component that you can throw into your slides. And you would get like as you go from slide to slide, you would have this like value that you're targeting to be at by the time you get to it. And you can see where you're at in this like total like split milestone timing. So if we look at like the files I changed to do so, right here in the demo, I just added like split 30 for 30 seconds, split 60 for 60 seconds, and then I created basically this like dispatch event. Like just this is not a very like idiomatic view thing to do, which is why I know I'm going to have to like restart this. But as you like change slides, as the current slide route changes, we load this stuff and we bubble up an event, and then elsewhere you can listen for that event to do things, such as in the presenter view. And then, yeah, you got to like do a bunch of like string parsing stuff because the user could do like seconds, or they could do like an hour, minute, second like string. So we have to parse that properly. And then here I just like, I'm just logging out the delta. I'm not putting it anywhere, but I definitely want to make sure I get the feedback from them. And I just realized I didn't pop out my chat on YouTube, so I could have missed some stuff. All right, there we go. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Just work asked me a question. Technically still on the clock. I don't know about that. Like there is no clock. But Okay, there we go. All right, so let me read this message. You've got a question. Say you've been at a place for a long while, feel you're more or less running things with no overhead, not learning more. Would you consider jumping ship, like to an opportunity where you'll both learn more and maybe a few extra buckaroos? I mean, if you're questioning it already, the answer is probably yes. But don't leave until you have something else lined up. And hold on. Yeah, so and yeah, no worries. Like, it's really easy to get complacent. Like, I'm feeling that a little bit as well. Okay. Um, and then hold on. Yeah. The growth thing. Like, you can always grow on your own, just doing side projects and stuff. But that's a little tougher. Um, yeah, and if you just don't have enough time to work on side projects outside of work, then yes, you got to get that at work. I think that's like the best point to make there. But also, like, money, like the raises that you get every year, which hopefully you're getting raises every year, are they enough to cover inflation? Probably not. Most companies just don't do that. So instead, if you're not changing jobs every couple years, you're actually taking a pay cut every year. Very, very, very few companies keep up with inflation, which is stupid because they're going to spend more money training new people than they would if they just kept up on it. You should be getting a cost of living raise every year because cost of living goes up no matter what. Yeah, Puzzless, if that's not happening, you need to be looking for a better job ASAP. Like, literally, because of inflation, if you're not getting a raise every year, you're taking a pay cut every year. Like a bare minimum 6% pay cut. A lot of companies don't do the cost of living. Most companies I've been at do, but some of them will compensate with a bonus. I just think instead they need to do both technically. Oh no, and I'm talking in tech specifically, Alex. Like, no, yeah. Like, you can't judge based on like what Target does for their employees or McDonald's or whatever. That doesn't count. Yeah, I'm talking specifically in tech. Yeah, no, I get it, Puzzless. You just got to keep trying. You know, I think the worst thing to do would be to get complacent and not even keep trying to find a job. I think that's one of the most important things that, like, unemployment does. Like when you're getting like the unemployment checks, to continue to get those checks, you have to put in, 3 applications a week. It's not a shitload, right? Especially, like you want to make sure you're like doing your resume specific to the company, changing things, tweaking things. But 3 a week gets pretty good. If you do more than that, it's going to seem like you're just spray and praying, which you still are, but I don't know. I think it ends up being reflected in your resume at some point. You don't want to seem like you're spray and praying. Get that New York salary living in the Adirondacks, where it's cheap and also enjoy nature. Yeah, most companies will actually like look at the region, not just as the state you're in, but like if you're close to a city. So if I were to do that and like move to Eastern Washington, GitKraken would love it, but like, or not love it. GitKraken would be fine with it because it's still Washington, so they don't got to do anything different there. Well, I don't know. I forget if GitKraken does like the tiered pay or not, but other companies do, where it's like, oh, well, if you live in San Fran or Seattle, you're at tier 1, but if you're outside of those cities, even in the same states, you might be tier 2 or even tier 3. So it gets a little wonky that way. All right. There's a way to game it. Do like Albany or something where you're still 1 to 2 hours out of New York City, but can be rural 10 minutes out of Albany. Yeah. Like there's definitely ways to do it. And some companies, like, here's the thing. You can live there, right? Like you can be in New York City proper, get that like New York City proper salary, and then move. And I don't think very many companies would try and like cut your pay. So it's about getting in that nice high salary in a high cost of living area, and then while you're still at the company, moving back. Like, just saying, like very few companies would cut your pay because of a move. If they did, they'd basically be saying, we're firing you, because that would be the effect. I wouldn't necessarily suggest doing anything totally underhanded, though, which would be like just maintaining an address in a big city, but actually living elsewhere. That would probably not be cool, right? Stay ethical, stay moral. But I don't know. It's a thing some people do. Alex, yabba dabba doo. Hell yeah, dude. Um, yeah. General location. Yeah. I mean, technically, you want to stay within the same state at the bare minimum because a lot of companies are only like licensed, not licensed, but well, it might even be licensed to hire in certain states. So no, like forget Kraken. If I decided I wanted to move to Montana, we don't have anyone in Montana. You know, so they'd have to like do something totally special to keep paying me in a state that they don't support yet. But they have employees in Washington. They have, you know, they have employees in a bunch of states. I could move to any of those states, no problem. But if they got to set up the accounting and tax stuff, that gets weirder, right? Moving to Kentucky? No, there's no snowboarding in Kentucky. I mean, there's tornadoes, right? Oh, I'm thinking of Kansas. Never mind. Illegal state exception. There you go, iReal. I like the programming puns. Nailed it. There's the Bourbon Trail. Yeah. That's fine. Oh, there are still some dry counties in Kentucky, too. Yeah, that would be terrible. I'd just live, like, on the property of the Four Roses Distillery. Nice and easy. No, I believe that would be the end of me. It just won't be much fun. Touche. No, it's really hard to leave Washington. Like, the snowboarding's just good. And, you know, it's like a big enough city, but it's only an hour and a half drive to the mountain. I'd love to be closer, but if I did, like, San Francisco, you're looking at, like 4 hours to snowboarding. There you go. So yeah, like that would be the hard part for me. Hold on, let me reply to this. Well, let me do this real quick. I think it was Woodshop. I gotta zoom in. I think it was Woodshop. I could have sworn it was on Madison. Oh, okay. Let me double check. Is this the spot? Yes, because I hated those chairs. All right, just replying to someone. Okay, anyway. And the place someone recommended was Outsider. Okay. And they're saying that's in North Seattle. Oh, that's like right over. Yeah, that's not even like North Seattle. That's like Fremont, basically. Okay. All right. All right. It's like the part of Fremont that I never go to, but I'll check that out too. All right. All right. Yeah, looks solid. All right. Note to self. All right, more music, and let's keep hacking this thing out. You could sure go for a Mario slice right now. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that pizza, it is good, man. And Robert Tables. Yeah, it's like a 2-day thing. Probably don't hear the stereotype. I know there's people that say it's like a war zone. I even had someone from San Fran be like, "Oh, Capitol Hill? Isn't that like Isn't that where like the entire street was shut down, blah blah blah? Like, dude, that was for like 2 weeks. Like, no, dude. It's just crazy how bad cross-state reporting is. Yeah, and you could go hang out in Chicago and it'd be fine too. I've heard bad things about Detroit, sure. Like San Fran has the Tenderloin, which the ramen place that I eat at is right there. It was fine. It's not a big deal. Like, you don't want to be there at 2 a.m. Like, there's parts like that in every city. Every single one. But even like Seattle's Pioneer Square, Seattle's Capitol Hill district, like, I've never felt that sketched out. Like, it's just never been that big a deal to me. Though I do have a friend that got mugged at one point, so I don't know. My technique is I look broke. All right, you just look like you're not even worth mugging. Pike Place to Westlake. Yeah. Belltown is really, really safe. Like the worst spot is probably Pioneer Square down by like the Missions. I think that's technically the most dangerous spot. There's a spot in Chinatown that's a bit meh. There's definitely a place or two in Capitol Hill, but yeah, no, Capitol Hill I've never felt any worry. Someone tried to rob you, you said no, and they just moved on. Sounds about right. See, I've been hungover after like a night of partying in Seattle, and I'm just like walking, and I've had homeless people look at me and be like, "Ooh, don't worry, man, it'll get better." At which moment I was like, "How rough do I look?" But it was fine. Yeah, take it easy there. Look at you. I don't know about that comment. Yeah, the nature, for sure. The nature's amazing. Was your hotel in or around Capitol Hill? Yeah. So Big Mario's is Capitol Hill. You were technically like, it may be the area that's called like First Hill or something like that, but it's basically Capitol Hill. I would still call where you were at Capitol Hill, but like that walk to get to the arcade bar, right? Like that arcade bar, like that like 3 block radius there is like really like the Capitol Hill like party district. So when people say Capitol Hill, that's what they mean. And what was it? Like the chop or whatever, right? Capitol Hill. I forgot what the OP part stood for when it was like, anarchy. That was basically that one street on Broadway, JLM. So like we crossed it getting to Big Mario's a couple times. Like no big deal. It was chill. Now I didn't go there during Chop, but yeah, it's just funny to me that people even in a really liberal city like SF don't realize how sensationalized like the Seattle bullshit is. Occupied protest. That was it. Yeah, thank you, Cypher. And yeah, that it lasted for 2 weeks. Like what? Like 4 years ago? 5 years ago? I'm like, dude. It's just so weird that people still think that's happening. Yeah, like the worst media coverage, though. Like, y'all know you can't listen to anything Fox News shows you, right? right? They're showing clips of like Portland and how it's burning down, but no, that's from 5 years ago. It's just insane how there's just no ethics in journalism anymore. We're right back into the yellow journalism like era. William Randolph Hearst bullshit, you know? Yeah, did you guys not learn about yellow journalism in high school? Yeah, skipped classes to eat. That's right, you mentioned that. Well, here's a history lesson for you. And maybe it wasn't William Randolph Hearst. I thought it was. Yeah, no, here it is. Okay, no. So William Randolph Hearst was anti-yellow journalism, it seems. Got it. Oh, no. They never mind. I didn't remember the names that well. Yes, William Randolph Hearst and Joseph Pulitzer, right? Sensationalizing shit. Yeah. And we're just right back at it again. Yeah, there you go, Ash. Yep. Sounds exactly like all of the mainstream, or all journalism these days, actually. We had ethics in journalism for like 40 years, and that's it. But let's get back to what we're doing. It was a good run. And what's up, Hunar? How you doing over on YouTube? All right, so let's get rid of some of this OctaKit stuff. I'm not sure I'm going to need those utilities. Make it sound like you won the Olympics. There you go. So Hunar jumped on the hype train, now using Omarchy or Omarchy or whatever. Cool. How do you like it? To me, it just sounds like another Linux distro. Sounds like just any other Linux distro to me. But I just don't care about it, all that stuff that much. Yes, this one here, fetch repositories, that's going to be the bigger one. We really just need to gut all of these. Yeah, and all the pull request stuff is like a TBD. So really, right, like put file, any of the private stuff we have to do, fetch path contents, sure. And then deleting, updating, creating, and then our fetchers. Now, any of the private stuff may actually not even be implemented because we just need to make the requests. Anything that's private is probably just something we needed for GitHub, but GitLab may not need it. One thing I'm forgetting, though. All right, so we need to do these values. So GitLab adapter. We need to give it a name. Is it GitLab with a lowercase or uppercase L? It's uppercase L. Damn. I don't like the fact that they inlined the SVG. Yeah, sure. We'll call that good. Primary color. I don't even remember how that gets used. Anyone know? Like what colors I should use? I think it's for a button. Yeah, I think it's for like the login with blank button. They have like a brand guidelines. Hmm. So they don't actually have a preference over like a login with GitLab or anything like that. Oh, and sorry, Hunar. You think as a keyboard-focused, terminal-focused distro, it's really polished. You love how it comes with Apple-related scripts out of the box. What are the Apple-related scripts? Like, what do those do? All right, let's just say that's the proper color. All right, so then we need base URL. That's going to be GitLab. And then what is the OAuth page? All right, so you've been testing Omarchy a little on your grab-and-go laptop. It's a decent distro with Hyperland and some D-menu type actions like update, change settings, bound to super plus alt plus space. Okay. What is Hyperland? Is that like the window tool? Like the windowing system? Okay. It's awesome when you get it to work as you like i3 with smooth animations and transitions. Yeah, I get it. I don't care that much. I just want the apps I need to work. That's it. Yeah, I just don't care that much. And Dr. Drero, Mr. Sir. Yeah, I'm happy you guys like it. I just, that level of like ricing my operating system or my editor, I just really don't care. But Dr. Drero, thank you so much for the gifted sub. So, desist dawdling. No, I'm going to continue to dawdle. Desist dawdling. Paul, MC Kapakis, Steel Toad, and Joaquin. Enjoy those subs. So, finally, some vacation and managed to get your sleep schedule to watch the stream. There you go. Okay. Like resetting your sleep schedule or refining your sleep schedule or messing up your sleep schedule enough to watch our stream? Because I forget where you're based out of. I changed the setup looking sharp. What do you mean by that? You mean like the layout? My camera? More messing it up. Yeah, Sweden there. Yeah, sorry. Oops. Oops. Yeah, I appreciate you though. Thank you. I will say, like, traveling is fun. Being home is really good. I like being home. Oh man. Yeah, next time I'm leaving the house, basically, I'm going to TwitchCon, and then it's like a month before there's other stuff too. Camera looks more crisp than you remember it being. Yeah, that might be because I turned on autofocus, so now I'm not like, getting blocked out. My lighting has had some weird moments the past few days. The background? The background's the same background it's always been. It's just like, I don't know. Am I going to do IRL stuff in San Diego? Probably not. Yeah, I've never really done the IRL stuff. But yeah, no, I appreciate the compliments. I really do like this lens. It's nice. Excited? Yeah, I mean, I heard rumor that there's going to be another like awesome party. I don't know if Prime is contributing to this one again, but I know like Theo's involved with this one, like he was last year. So yeah, looking forward to that. That'll be a good party. Last year's party was amazing. Like just all the people that were there, like it was a vibe. Careful in San Diego. Here it gets hot, not a lick of rain. Not a great place to be as a Washingtonian. I mean, Deadly Seas. I just got back from Dallas. I just got back from Dallas. So I don't think it's going to be worse than that. Right? There's at least like the ocean. But yeah, hold on. Let me keep up on chat. So Cypher, real quick, let me check this. You don't typically distro hop, but you do like to check out different styles, flavors that have good functionality outside of your dot files or other custom scripts. Yeah, like I find dot files to be too much effort for me. Right? Again, if you enjoy doing it, do it. Like I don't give a shit what you do with your own time. I don't like doing it myself. But then, okay, Yeah, the lighting is a little different than normal. Like, there's some sun coming in. Now that it's cooling off here in Washington, I can get that blackout curtain back down again because I don't need the fan anymore. But yeah, yeah, my lighting is just a little too variable for my taste with that window right there. I just hate the heat. But yeah, what's up, Zero? How you doing? All right, so yeah, TwitchCon San Diego should be good. Yep. Um, Delassian. Okay, there you go. Sounds amazing. Super jealous. You'll probably make it to EU TwitchCon next year. I've never been to EU TwitchCon. It's 46 degrees Fahrenheit where you're at, Frank. I mean, it was kind of chilly there in SF. We had some cloud cover and some breeze, but nothing like coming back here to Washington and it being like legitimately chilly. Like I had a hoodie on earlier. It was nice. I had to grab an extra blanket last night, you know? Oh, Prime was at the EU TwitchCon this year? I didn't know that. Yeah, I mean, I don't even have my passport yet. I gotta do that stuff. Saturday, I'm applying for, or not applying, like I did the application, but I'm like doing the appointment for TSA pre check just because Seattle sucks without pre check. Like it's just, they're under construction on like the Alaska Airlines like side of things, so that checkpoint isn't there. It used to be the best checkpoint to go through. But now, like last time, I had to go all the way to the international security checkpoint, which was the exact opposite side of the airport. That sucked. And yeah, I missed my flight down to Dallas. But whatever. Whatever. Okay. Yeah, what endpoint are we looking at here? So it looks to me like it's going to be the OAuth/token endpoint. And they do support cores. Perfect. That's much nicer. Because GitHub does not support cores. Well, no, they do support cores for it. We need to do the OAuth 2 flow. Yeah. Where's the URL I need to redirect to? And I do need to set up redirect URIs. Yeah, here we go. Here it is. Okay. So we would request an authorization code. Pretty standard, and it's OAuth/authorize, but not login. Root namespace ID. What is that supposed to be? Yeah, authorization code flow, not the PKCE. Here we go. That's a little better. Yeah, we probably do want to maintain some state stuff. All right. Anyway, so yeah, OAuth authorize, client ID, redirect URI. Looks basically the same, but requested scopes. Let me double check this. Yes, this is the part where we do the exchange and then we just pass access token back out. I can't remember if we can do this. I think GitLab lets us do this without having to go to the server. But we could anyway if we wanted. All right, so then, yeah, back to this stuff. At least all these props look right. Yeah, 2Craze, like, no, that's just some bullshit. Nobody's job is easy. As long as you maintain that, you can have respect for everyone. Right? Don't listen to any dev who thinks a designer's job is easy. Nope. Don't listen to anyone who thinks a project manager's job is easy. Nope. It just shows a lack of respect. And a lot of those people suck to work with who think everyone else's job is easy. It just shows a lack of having a conscience, you know? Lack of perspective. But yeah, we run into people like that all the time. It's a lack of empathy, like literally. Yeah, the followage API is broken. You should be able to click your own name, though, in chat and see that value, though. So yeah, just click your name and you'll see your follow date. Nightbot doesn't even do it. No, it's like Decapi or whatever, right? Take it easy, XJO. We were just talking about how people who think that are dickheads. All right, so let's go look at this package again. All I want out of this thing is the types. Hmm. Yeah, I think we'll just go look at the source code. Okay, so here we see them exporting the core types because they're most likely shared between the GraphQL and the rest, right? Still like the same objects. Which I think is fine. What do you mean XJL? Which module? Right, that's where we are. We're at the packages. We see core, we see CLI, we see REST. What's your point? That's how we even got to see that part. Mm-hmm. But yeah, these are just types. I don't think they're the route. I was looking for a way to just load the routes without having to hard code them. Yeah, routes are not in here, which makes sense because they're probably a REST related thing. So now we just got to figure out where that might be. And what's up, freeze.tv? We've got a today command. I update it every day. So that should give you some context. And then if you have more questions, just let me know. So maybe the paths are in the core. Yes. Just gonna let you know there, Freeze. Like, questions like that are usually only said by trolls. Oh, maybe it's in requester utils. Hmm. All right, so we see the rate limit. So let me look at repositories one more time. Oh, hold on. No, it looks like it's in infrastructure. Yep, that's it. Boom. So it's actually over in here. Do we think it's in request helper here? It's probably an index. No. Wait, what? Okay, so this is a tagged template literal. It's basically a function that takes in some strings and formats them into a path. So the place that we're using that is actually in this file. But wait, where? Right, we click that. Hmm. So the thing I don't like about this is that they're not exposing the types. Like they're not exposing this path in any way that we can use it. Right, without us like hard coding stuff. We could just use the SDK directly. Yeah, I do think I like how OctoKit from GitHub does some of this stuff compared to how GitLab's doing it. Like, this isn't even made by GitLab, though. So it's not GitLab's fault. But I don't think there's any other, like, GitLab types or SDK. Right? UI components, semantic release. Hmm. All right. Well, I think we just use getBeaker directly then. Screw it. So that means we don't have to do the fetching nearly as much. Right, our base adapter has the token and all that junk on it. So we could just override the set token function. No, we don't have to do that, right? So if we look at how we're doing the React adapter, maybe not actually. Hold on. Now I need to look at how we're using the adapter. All right, so here we're setting our client ID. That's hard-coded because whatever, that's fine. We generate the engine. We don't pass a token in because we're calling engine.setToken, which is fine. I have a command for this. There you go. Yeah, I don't especially like the way I'm doing this. I wonder if it'd almost be better to spawn an entirely new instance of the class rather than just updating it in place. Like, I'm currently, refamiliarizing myself with how we use the library because we haven't touched this for months. Damn, how long ago was that? Anyone remember? That was a long time ago. Oh, and hey, my Twitter subscription ran out finally. Good. Yes, I have played Pal World. We had like a group thing going with me, Robotic Head, Acorn, and Algo Bro, and it was a good time. No, yeah, that is a good thing, Cudspent. Like, I canceled it like last fall, you know? But I paid for a year at a time, so yeah, had to wait for it to expire. And yeah, thank you for the sub code spent. Appreciate that. Um, real quick, is it okay if we show off the thing that you're working on? What is it? Like take point, I think. Did I remember? I did. I'm good. So yeah, Code Spence working on this. I would say I don't know. If you're working on a team of devs, might be worth checking out. If you're not doing sprint planning or you're working solo, well then yeah, maybe not that important. Got telemetry and support wired up. Yeah, no, it seems cool. Yeah, a lot harder to use on like my projects because I'm solo, but eventually, if I ever find a team to work on it with, work on any of these things with, then we can do it. Your sprint plannings are walking the board. When you say walking the board, like you're just talking about like whatever you have in your backlog and then like the epics and BS that are planned and all that stuff? Or are you talking about like were you making a joke and saying it's like walking the plank like a pirate? Same thing actually. Yeah, running a solo operation like an agile team would be brutal. Oh, and you're dog fooding it yourself. Got it. Yep. But yeah, it seems cool. Um, you know what might be interesting? If somehow we could make it like a stream thing. So like, all the tasks would get assigned to me, but somehow making it to where people could vote without necessarily needing an account. I'm not sure how that works or if it's even worth it. Okay. Wait, so when you say you've got webhooks, so you could, I'm curious what that would even mean, what that would look like. It's fine, GJ. Sure. 1 second. Yep, go ahead and post the link. End-to-end encrypted stories. Yeah, that one seems weird. Harneet Lang. Oh, this seems interesting. And okay, Code Spent, that makes sense. Yeah, what I guess I was thinking was, how would I wire it up to Twitch chat? Yeah, I mean, just as an example, I have my voting tool. Um, Holiday, right? Is hot dog? Yes. No. Yeah, I don't know if it's worth it, but just the idea of like having a link that I could then pass to chat. Right? So I can copy the URL and then you all can get in and do voting, right? But you wouldn't necessarily need to have the user have an account. Right? Like I'm thinking only the session leaders need accounts. Okay, perfect. All right, then yeah, we're on the same page then. Because I was just thinking, yeah, any guest user can join via link. All right, yeah, you're nailing it. You're nailing it. Right? Like, because you wouldn't necessarily want to force your clients at an agency to create an account and do all that BS when all they need to do is maybe like vote on the features that they want to prioritize for the next sprint. Yes, exactly. And then the seating gets really weird. Like, yep, yeah, we're speaking the same language. Yep. Okay, cool. So you already thought about that. Good job. Nailed it. I think you're really onto something there. All right, so hold on. This album's about to end. This is the last song. Um, hmm. Yeah, we already listened to like my favorites. Now we got more. Here we go. Cool. Yeah, hot dog or not hot dog. But yeah, so Harneet. Yeah, I think this is going to be something you're going to want to make sure you do. Like, as part of this language you're building, you're going to need to make sure that you have editor tooling. So, how do you get good syntax highlighting? Like some of that stuff? Like, building a language is more than just the language itself. You need a language server so that editors can make things like clickable, right? Like a linting package. Like, yeah, all sorts of stuff like that. You're working on an LSP right now? All right, cool. You thought ahead. I like it. But also just consider syntax highlighting. So, like, you wouldn't be able to do it directly in GitHub, but build yourself and what's the name of it? What's like the syntax highlighting format It's like the regular expression BS. No, so tree sitter is good, but there's like the older syntax. And I'm spacing on it. It's like whatever Prism uses, I think. If Raimu were here, he'd know. Okay. God, this is gonna drive me insane. TextMate grammars. Yes, thank you, TextMate. Yes, like a TextMate grammar and a tree sitter grammar are really important. TextMate is based on regular expressions. Yeah. Right? Like folding, start marker, stop marker. It's regular expression. Like it gets really gnarly. Yeah. I mean, basically, GJ, you need both. I'm pretty sure VS Code uses TextMate grammar, right? Yep. Yeah. Yeah, this stuff gets really fun when you start messing with it. So yeah, good job, GJ. No, he just spelt it wrong. It is tree sitter. All right, so yeah, back to what we're doing. All right, so we're not bringing anything in. Oh, no, it's fine, GJ. Yeah, no worries. We're not bringing anything in from OctaKit on this. This is from at Gitbreaker. And they re-export that from REST, so we can just use the REST API. Damn. And I swear it's listening to our microphone. Trees Itter would be a good one. There you go. That'd be fun. Trees Itter. There you go. Exactly. All right, so it looks like that's not going to work. Yeah, so we just got to create it fresh when we update the token. So yeah, this base URL. Right, because you can self-host GitLab. We kind of want the user to be able to set the base URL separate. Oh, and hold on, let me catch up. So yeah, if you get hired, you owe Dr. Drero a lunch. Yep, 100%. And if not, you're gonna need a couch. There you go. Yeah. Here's what I'm thinking. We're gonna leave base URL for now. Let's look at the Git Beaker docs again. Did I close the npm.js of it? Yes, I did. I can't remember if I want to do projects or repos. Where's the rest of their docs? Whatever. So that'll probably be fine. Hold on. What's all this stuff? What else can we pass to it? So host and GitLab. Yeah. We're doing token, but we want to do OAuth token. All right, so when we set token, we can do that. I don't think we need to recreate the GitLab instance for anything other than changing the token. Okay. So then, yeah, we can get rid of all of that. Oh, so I think it is projects. Ah. Yeah, okay. I, I'm curious what membership is meant to be here. But the rest of that should be fine. Yeah, I don't like this because we can't. We can't detect the status. Hmm. Ah, oh, we can. So repositories here is either an array of project schemas or error. But they hate it. So it can't narrow that type? What's up, TypeScript? Come on. There we go. So we're able to make the type better that way. Oops. So yeah, we don't need a bunch of this other stuff, but what we want to do is, yeah, where's the response coming from? Repositories or error. Ah, okay. And then I could map over those, right? And it knows that this is definitely not an error because we checked for the error type here. So now we should be good. I wonder if I want a different error check here. Now I think instance of can check like parents, right? So I think we're good there. Now I don't know if I need to fetch the repository data separate because it looks to me yeah, we're seeing project schema and it looks to me like we map all that stuff the same way. Ah, and then if I just did this. No? Wait. What? So wait, we know it's async. Oh, types of property ID are incompatible. Number is not assignable to type string. Really? Now I need to look at the GitLab docs again. Ah, okay. So hold on. Listing all projects. Projects that we are a current member of. So we're setting that true, so that was actually correct. Oh, in 1 second. So, do we see the response? Yeah, it is just going to be an ID of a number, which I find so strange. So I think realistically, we just need to make adapter here. No. Engine. Types. Types is where we're doing it. Now, do we think that breaks anything in the GitHub adapter? We won't know until we get our dev server going. Okay, cool. All right, no errors in adapter GitHub. All right. Oh, those are just unused imports that we should probably clean up here soon. That one, not a big deal. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I'm going to say we're good until we figure out we're not. Whatever. Sorry, 1 second. Getting distracted. I'll be pleased to know your tired eyes have adopted Dorama Sands across the board now. Damn right. It just reads so easy. Smooth sailing. Yeah, it's just such a smooth font. All right, so yeah, back to it. So yeah, I'll say we got that function done. Now we just got to do the rest. Now, I'm curious if we actually need this base 64 stuff, or if we even need the fetch path contents thing. I think we do, right? Fetching a directory and fetching the file. What is fetch file history? Ah, that's all the commits. And yeah, fetch directory does fetch path contents too. So let's go look at the API here again. So fetching commits doesn't look too bad. Yeah, we don't see the word file in there. What do we think it'll be? Like resource or something? And maybe it's here in package and I just missed it. Or not package, but project. Not seeing it though. And then, yeah, repositories. Like Pebble. Ooh, there you go. No, it looks like this might be it. Repositories and repository files. That's it. Hmm. To me, this doesn't seem like it would handle the directory path. File content is base 64 encoded. Okay, so I will need those utilities. May want to move those out to a separate repo. Not separate repo, but separate package within that repo. Let me get more music going. Did I miss the word directory? Nope. Hmm. Let's look at this one more time. Is there some path? Oh, used to get the content. Nope, that's it. So this is actually just a whole separate fetch. Okay, so on GitHub, they're the same. On GitLab, they're different. And oh, what's up, Crow? How you doing? Okay. So yeah, we'll start out with just fetch file. We don't need this private. Um, Fetch repositories we just did. Fetch file. This is going to be... So it's show rather than get. Easy enough. Okay, so repo here is a string. For this adapter, that string is just going to be the project ID. Oh, but it's not an object. All right, so it goes project ID, file path, ref, and then options. Ref looks like it's required, but what is ref? All right, so we do head there, sure. And then I don't know what our options are at the end of it. So it's basically just sudo and show expanded, which I don't think we need. And then what comes back? Yeah, so no matter what, this couldn't happen. Okay, I was like, why is this album so quiet? I just started it. But no, that was just end of the song quietness. And I missed a follow just a little bit ago. P. Monterrazzo. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. So response JSON. We'll just call it file. But content does come back and it's base 64 encoded. So yep, that makes sense. Oh yeah. I mean, you know, we chat. We do all sorts of stuff. The majority of when we work on projects, though, isn't hammering out code. It's reading other code, reading documentation. So why would this stream be any different, right? All right, so yeah, fetch file looks right to me. Fetch repositories worked. Fetch file history. Oh, sorry for the Discord noise. I was wondering what that was. There we go. So yeah, fetch path contents doesn't exist. It is not that. API dot repositories. And then I think it is dot tree, right? Or no? Seems like this might be wrong. Like we should see like a list or a tree function. Where's that coming from? Oh, okay. Never mind. It's being destructured from core. Duh. All right. So, yeah, I think core is where we want to go look at this. All right. So now looking at these methods. Yeah, so archive is definitely not it. Repository slash blobs. We don't see tree anywhere. Is it because it's that new? Yeah, no, like this is just saying that they changed how errors work. Like this should definitely have that in there. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere. What if we do this? Oh, I think I see. So it's all repository trees, and that's what path gets passed into. Okay. That's fine. All right, that's not bad. Okay. So yeah, fetch directory. Now fetch file history. This one. We want to fetch the commits. Oh, but hold on. It is 5 o'clock. I haven't had myself a homemade whiskey lemonade or whiskey lime. No lemonade, but let's slice some limes. We're gonna take it easy. I got way too much work to catch up on, so we're not getting loosey goosey tonight, but we can have a beverage. I need the vitamin C anyway, after coming back from conferences and stuff. Um, but this is the last song on the album. Let's make sure we're not leaving you all with silence while I slice a lime. I think Bandcamp has a bug. Yeah, I think Bandcamp has a bug because it used to be when you pressed play on one album, it would stop the other. That's a little weird that it's not doing that anymore. Okay, so, yeah, let me go slice a lime. Rinse this out. And I'll be right back. And yeah, we need to just finish doing the fetch file history. Probably put file. We'll have to see what the abstraction here is. Maybe these are separate endpoints. If they're the same endpoint, then it's easy enough when we just use that put file abstraction. And then creating a commit is another one we'll have to do, but all the pull request stuff is deprecated. I do like the idea of using pull requests for like some kind of approval flow, like when you're working together and stuff. But yeah, we'll see. Oh, damn. If someone had let me know about it ahead of time, I might be making it out to that event, but I am not doing that today. Oh, thank you. Yeah. So, Oh-My-Ghaad. And technically, an app that I built is called CF Please. It's for me to track like CFPs and stuff. It needs a lot of styling work and all that. But yeah, I don't know. Just like really just like not having to worry about hosting. You know, if GitHub goes down, well, yeah, you're probably screwed in all sorts of ways anyway. If Gitlab goes down, well, yeah, like your company's screwed in some kind of way anyway, right? But yeah, you wouldn't do it for like a large scale application, but for something internal or small, it's not bad. And we'll end up making a conference talk about this after I've added the next adapter and maybe the next like framework hooks. Because this is something I'm giving a talk about for React Summit at like kind of near the end of November. Technically, it's a pre-recorded Lightning talk, which means I need to have this done by the 13th, right? Like this new adapter and some other stuff, and then I need to make the slides for it and record that. I got to have that done by October 13th here. So yeah, that's why we're prioritizing this over some of the other stuff right now. But yes, let me go rinse this glass. Let me go. I think I got plenty of water. Yeah, let me go slice a lime. See you in a sec. And I'm back. Sorry, I had to use the restroom too. And it's getting a little chilly. I'm going to throw on this extremely soft hoodie. Okay. Um, yeah. I mean, technically, like a commit is a transaction, right? But sorry, we skipped that song. But no, like each commit can just like add or delete a file. And if we look at the data, let's see, I think it's CFP's temp, right? This is one like entry in the database. So don't think of it necessarily as a transaction because it's typically only happening to like one file at a time, which is like when you think about it, each file is like a row in the database. So inside of this collection of conferences, each JSON file is just its own conference. So then, yeah, like creating that row, it's a file, right? Theoretically, but you're not going to be editing these by hand. So as an example, right here, if I want to create a new one, right, this would be like one operation, right? Just creating the file. But then for modifying it, if I wanted to go in here and say edit and modify these things, I would click save and it would still just be like one file operation. So it's less of a transaction in that case. This is more of just like an update of a row in a table. If you like, and let me just point this out. Like, I'm probably not explaining it very well yet because I haven't had a lot of practice explaining it, but I'm going to need this practice. So these are great questions because I'm going to be making a presentation about this. I'm going to need to actually like explain these things in a way that makes sense. So I think the idea of thinking about the repo as the database and the collection as the table, and then each file, right, each JSON file within that collection is a row within that table, within that database. Does that kind of make sense? In general, I like to like play around with the ideas of serverless. And one thing to remember is like it's not literally serverless. It's the server is not something it's the server is something I couldn't care less about. Boom. There we go. That's my definition of serverless. So last year I gave one about what was a pretty much all client side implementation of doing like dictation using Whisper. So you could like write a book or a blog post and record sections at a time using just Wasm and like the Origin private file system. I gave that talk I pre-recorded that talk for JS Nation last year. So yeah, I like experimenting with ways that you can kind of hack around needing to spin up a server or care about where that server lives. There still needs to be a server to talk to GitHub, GitLab. No, nope, no. That all happens on the client side. There is one tiny server-side function that you need to do from GitHub side. Yeah. So GitHub forces you to do a server-side call to do the token exchange, and then everything else is purely client-side. They have full core support and everything. GitLab doesn't even force you to do the server-side token exchange. No, that's fine, right? Like, that's the magic of it. That's why I think it's so cool, and why I think it's like an interesting take on like what serverless means, you know? So yeah, these are great questions, and we'll find out. I'm pretty sure BitBucket allows us to do it without a server component as well. I don't know about Gitty or any of the others, but yeah, it's pretty straightforward. And all of this stuff's open source. So if you want to look at the source code for CF Please, you can do that. But yeah, I did have to do the server-side thing, which is why I picked Next.js. But the server-side thing is just to do the token exchange. Definitely my favorite song on this album. Okay, so this adapter. Yeah, fetching file history. And we saw that as just being the commit, I think. Wait, what is Conan? Is there an endpoint to ask Conan what is best in life? Hold on 1 second. So yeah, how's everyone doing, by the way? And yeah, I've never heard of Conan before, but I kind of want to ask it, what is best in life? Brainless, you're playing some Mind Over Magic. Nice. Brainless, did you see me play that one game, Graveyard Keeper? That one might be kind of fun for you to check out too. It's less of like, I mean, there are zombies and stuff that you can control to like set up and automate some things. It's less of an automation and more of like a cheeky Stardew Valley. Yeah, I mean, it's massively on sale right now on the Steam sale. Could be worth checking out. I just like that company, Tiny Build. I like pretty much everything they've ever done. But if you are going to get Graveyard Keeper, make sure you get the DLCs too. And they're cheap, especially on sale. I think they're like $1.99 each or something. Okay, so hold on, let me read this. And Preacha, doing all right, and myself, I am doing good. I just got back from traveling. I like to travel, but I love sleeping in my own bed. Got to have some really good hangouts, like with just everyone. Got to meet Alex in person, if you're still out there, not so speedy Alex. Yeah, I got to meet a bunch of viewers at CYC, which is awesome. There was, I think, 2 people at Get Merge that had been in my stream before. But yeah, like a bunch of viewers, like, you know, said hi at CYC, which was awesome. I love that shit. I need to get more stickers printed. And I need to get the hoodies made. So I'm slacking, but we'll get there eventually. All right, so now this question. I could use Git to do multiple commits or a single commit across multiple JSON documents in your data structure, then implement PRs and Git actions to do testing and other transformations before merging to main, kind of like a publishing pipeline in a traditional CMS. Yeah, and I don't know if you had seen, but we do have the idea of pull requests, but they're just stubs right now because we wanted to get the MVP kind of like out there and finished. But I like the idea of someone proposing a change to a document you own or something, right? We haven't established ownership in there yet. But being able to just like have the pull request be this thing that doesn't necessarily change the data until you merge it. And we would do that from all of these places, right? So technically we're missing a merge pull request button, but we can get there. But yeah, you're not wrong. I still don't think the multi-file thing makes sense to me. Um, Sorry, I lost track. Brain fart. But yeah, the pull request stuff is pretty half baked. I liked the idea of it. I just think adding other adapters is maybe a higher priority right now, especially for like the talk and all those things too, right? Like the conference presentation. But if it's something you want to run with, you can do it. What I would say is get the, like, so the CF Please is actually here as the demo app in the repo. So if you want to pull it down and start fiddling with stuff, go for it. I would say get the pull request idea into the demo app in some way. The goal would be that you never have to actually go to GitHub for this stuff, though, right? So a pull request would be like a change that just hasn't been like saved to the main database yet. So at that point, like, what would that look like for the end user? And if you want to discuss about it or just start hacking at it, go for it. Like, I don't mind. I think it's a fun idea. It's not the best user experience because of the way GitHub does permissions, but still kind of cool. No, and that makes sense there, binary pi. Like totally. Yeah, it's basically like a CMS, but I'm thinking it's more than just a CMS. Like it could be anything. And no, you're not distracting me. I need to talk about this stuff. I need to understand it well enough that I can make a good 10 to 15-minute presentation about it. So all of this is making it fresh in my mind after having talked about it, or after having not talked about it for like a month or two. So yeah, no, like binary pi. We had someone in here earlier that's like, are you going to be coding? And it's like, yes. But if you're expecting a coding stream to be 100% hacking shit out, that's not how programming works in general anyway. Like, you got to talk about the projects. You got to, like, discuss these things. So I got no problem talking about this stuff. The work gets done whether you want it or not. And yeah, what's up, Robotic Ed? How you doing? Yeah, I got a rubber duck it out. And yeah, Robotic Ed, I forgot to let you know that I was going to be out of town. I figured since you saw I wasn't streaming that you knew I wasn't going to be available on Saturday. But yeah, sorry about that. Okay, cool. Just double checking. It's not your art style? Yeah, I mean, it's more just like. It's a fun game. It's a little cheeky, but you can set up some automations. I think you'll enjoy it. And yes, all three DLCs. I forget which ones are actually good. Most of them don't add that much, but the little bit that they do add is totally worth it. All right, like, hold on. Graveyard. Like, dude, it's $4 right now. Like, with all of the, like, with everything. I would say just go for the 1048. Yeah, I'd say for the 1048, it's totally worth it. And that has, like, all of the DLCs. Like, some of these I don't even have. So we'll see. It's actually 5 for you? Dude, yeah, it's totally worth it, I think. Yeah, regional prices. I get it. One of our mods, FD-God, likes to brag about how cheap stuff is for him over in India. Because I guess there's a lot of piracy over that way. So if they can get you to spend anything, it's greater than zero, you know? Yeah. I think India might have the cheapest prices I can think of, or that I've heard people mention. Okay, back to this. So, listing commits. I'm not sure we need the commits. Like, I don't even know if I'm using them anywhere. Like, create commit we need. But the fetch file history, I'm not sure we're using that anywhere. We aren't. Now, we should probably still do it. I'm trying to remember why I wanted this, like, fetch file history endpoint. Realistically, we'll just move it down to the bottom. Oh. like I had an idea of wanting to show the file history of like who's changed what and when, because I like the idea of being able to like track those things like auditability, but we're not implementing it or using it anywhere. Not yet. So realistically, we can wait on that one, and let's do these others. So yeah, constructor, set token, fetch repositories, fetch file, fetch directory. Put file is our next one. I don't remember how I'm using create commit either. That was the end of the album. Ooh, short 2-song right here, but I don't know. Could be good. Arcus is such a good artist. So put file is under the hood of create file and update file. And I think even delete file? No, delete file is separate. But create and update, yeah. So now I wonder, what is create commit even doing? So we're defining it on the type, but I don't remember why. I think we just want to get rid of create commit. Ooh, but yes, binary pi. Like, thinking back on what you said about transformations and stuff, I think, yes, we could definitely do some kind of transformation stuff. Because with the APIs, we could set up actions and things like that. And in fact, do we have actions in CF Please? We don't. I was thinking about setting up actions, though. Because it's just a file we could modify. But yeah, I think I want to clean up the API a bit. So yeah, create commit. Yeah, we'll leave this. We'll comment it. Oh, but it's required. Okay, so back up to it. In the GitLab API, so we've got the commits API to create a commit. Put file here. Yeah, that's just a put endpoint, but hmm. Oh, and I got a quick question. Like, I heard and learned about some stuff that could be pretty interesting to some people. Who here is who here really enjoys writing Rust? And the reason I ask is that the Git team is actually, there was a deep discussion about rewriting it in Rust. And I mean Git itself. Because right now, they don't get a good like output of like FFI functions from their C code base. So at some point, like if they did it right with Rust, they could export some really good like libgit kind of functionality that you could use Git directly in your applications without having to like call out to the CLI and stuff. And it would be the exact same code. So as like new features land, it would be right there. And that will be a massive project. But they're thinking that they can do it piecemeal. Right? They're thinking that they could really go like function at a time. But if anyone's trying to contribute to that, you may want to join like the Git like contributor mailing list and try and get involved. I mean, one thing they're going to have to do is they're going to have to really think about how they compose things, because with Rust, one of the biggest problems is compile times. And to make sure compile times stay reasonable, you basically have to break your application into like separate modules as part of the cargo workspace. And the way you do that has a major impact on when you change something, how much else has to be recompiled. So if you're just doing it like function to function, then you're good. But the moment you need to like modify other stuff, it gets hairy. And like, man, yeah, like, yeah, they're definitely going to have to like modularize in a way that maybe they weren't expecting yet. Will Linus be approving things? I'm not sure if he still is like an everyday. Like, I don't know if he's part of like the main contributor group anymore. Like, it's definitely nothing like the work he does on the kernel, you know? Yeah, I don't think he's actually involved with like core Git development anymore. It's been a long time. Yeah, that makes sense to me for sure. I wasn't sure. I didn't know. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that was one of the things I like. Git Butler, very cool people. Like, I love the fact that they weren't just like territorial about, Git Butler versus Git Kraken stuff. I know there's some people at Git Kraken who think about that, but it's not a zero sum game, right? There's room for all of us to win and push the usage of Git further. So, like, I like different companies, same team, in my opinion. Um, but yeah, right. Like he just needed something to work, and in the interview that Git Butler like did, it was quick. He basically said, or like the interviewer asked some question, and I brought up that it was like, yeah, and like to me, it's funny. Like, what if the company that was providing source control to the Linux kernel just allowed them to keep it for free? We wouldn't even have Git anymore. And then dude's like, oh, that is the darkest timeline. Like it was pretty good. He handed it off after like 3 months. Yeah, that sounds about right. For sure. That sounds about right. But yeah, welcome, Tef. How you doing? Let me get more music going. And yeah, he just needed something to work. But you can bet money if they did some major like performance regression, they'd have some explaining to do, right? Right? You slow things down enough with Git, you might make him interested again. And yeah, dude, Scott Chacon, super cool, dude. Yeah, super cool, dude. All right, so let's get back to this. Real quick. Michael, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, when it comes to GitLab endpoints, I think the create commit one is the only one we have access to, really. Do I think Git will have any real competition anytime soon? You see version control systems come and go, but Git stays the same, aside from some proprietary tools like Perforce, etc. Um, I mean, if it starts to stagnate in some crazy way, I could see that. But they're being very like forward thinking about what does it mean to have to do a rebase or like some of this history stuff. And I don't think much of the discussion was meant to be kept private. Basically, they have this thing called Git replay, which is totally like it's out there and documented. So I'm sure I can talk about that. Right? So Git replay here is basically like replaying commits on a new base, right? So it'll work with a bare repo as well. And this is more of just like, could you do the same stuff with Rebase? Maybe. Yeah, I just don't know enough about Rebase. But like replay is just like to me, like an API that makes sense to simplify some of that stuff. Like when you're making a new work tree and all sorts of things, like the stuff that like JJ and Git Butler kind of do under the hood when they're working with like virtual branches and all that, right? Or technically, like JJ doesn't even care about the idea of rebase because everything is working on like this like live like thing. Everything is committed basically immediately, and then later it gets like massaged. I don't know enough about JJ actually. I'm the wrong one to be talking about it. I think the idea that JJ is still Git compatible, like JJ might be competition for Git, but it's still using Git. Like it's still Git under the hood. So as far as like replacing Git, like I don't think so. And they're thinking enough about like the user experience of it, right? And where I was going was they're even considering a new thing, Git history, to be more like user facing, like a porcelain, which that term was new to me, but it's basically like a facade to lower level operations, as far as I understand it. So like by providing some like top level commands like Git history or something, you can make a better user experience while still keeping like the same like building blocks, which is cool. It had real competition with Mercury, but GitHub won out. Yeah. Or Mercurial, not Mercury, Mercurial. Yeah, I think what was the big provider, like the GitHub version, but for Mercurial? Could you do, was SourceForge Mercurial capable? BitBucket, that's right. Like I really think, oh, SourceForge was SVN. Okay, that makes sense. Um, yeah, because yeah, HG. Yep. Um, I think there's still a like an alternate timeline where SourceForge didn't become a malware delivery service, and it actually stayed good. At which point, like GitHub wouldn't have caught up, or like would have caught up, wouldn't have been like the de facto standard. That makes sense, Brainless. Yeah, sounds cool. Honestly, being horrible at Rust, you still end up writing something that's very fast for most use cases. So that's totally fine, you know? I mean, Robotic Head, yeah, it wasn't just like that, like malware was like hosted and packaged there, but SourceForge was even allowing like really, really shady malware infested ads too. And that was the biggest problem. Can that be implemented in Git framing alone? JJ is trying it in a way. Yeah, JJ's trying it in a way. There was also Gitlab, which isn't quite the same thing, but I'm pretty sure. I don't know if they're actually like publicizing it enough, but part of the talks they gave, Gitlab is basically building blocks for multiplayer applications using Git as like the layer instead of CRDTs, which is interesting. And then the other thing you're talking about, 3D Factor, is what was it? Graphite? Is it Graphite that's doing like the CRDT thing? No. Zed? I think it's Zed. Zed is implementing their own kind of like CRDT thing instead of like raw Git. So I would love to see like Zed start participating in the Git community's discussions because what they need and what they're going for could possibly be built on top of that. Yeah, Zed's the one trying to do it. Yep, brain farting. But I'd love to see Zed get involved with like the Git contributor summit type stuff. Because even if they're not going to use Git directly, their insight on what they need from it could help the Git team actually like think about that deeper. I don't know for sure. I would assume they all talk to each other, but you never know. You never know. Yeah, exactly, right? It does not make a merge conflict go away. If your answer to a conflict with a CRDT is last thing wins, dude, that's a shit experience, right? And that's how most like CRDT implementations end up like working. But are they actually doing CRDTs? I can't remember that part. But the idea with Gitlab is they're maybe trying to avoid the CRDT and operational transform thing using Git primitives for multiplayer applications, and that sounds really interesting to me too. I really like the idea of like serverless and all that stuff. Yeah. That I couldn't remember their TEF. It's either CRDTs or operational transform. It's like one of those things. I doubt they're doing something totally unique. And I had a really, really good conversation with the dude from Realm. Is that the thing that Mongo acquired? I think it's Realm. Oh, damn. All right, so it looks like Realm's going away. But yeah, I had a really good conversation with the Realm dude about like, he gave a talk about CRDTs and operational transform and all that stuff at React Summit like 2 years ago or something. And I'm terrible with names, but very cool dude. I love chatting with people who know way more about something than I do because I always learn something from it, you know? If you're the smartest person in a room, you're in the wrong room. All right, pour another beverage. Ooh, and Alan chimed in. I'm a generalist. Pretty much everyone knows more about whatever topic they're into than me, but I want to talk to them all. Yes. Yeah, there's just so much value in being curious, right? Like, stay curious. And I'm pretty sure, I swear I've been saying that shit forever, but they totally said that in that movie Friendship. It's like right at the beginning. You stay curious or something like that. Like, dude, super good. I really liked that movie, but also felt very uncomfortable for at least half of it. Okay. So, yeah, let's keep going. Yeah, I'm a little bummed that they're retiring Realm. I thought it was cool. But, oh well. If software is a team sport, then bug fixing is a marathon. David Goggins, watch out. Wait, who's David Goggins? My brain automatically went to Walton Goggins, and I was like, oh, is he a big marathon runner? All right, so yeah, put file, I think that is where we just want to abstract out the commit endpoint. Oh, wait. Yeah. No, that's right. Hold on. No, I've seen a photo of that dude. He's like inspiring too because he used to be like heavy. Him. Yeah, okay. And yeah, for 50 years old, dude's in shape. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely lump that dude in with like all the other like fitness grifters, but he's probably at least better than most. Like at the core of my being, I just fucking hate fitness influencers. They just seem so vapid and shilly, you know? That's just me. I tend to be a little too skeptical. So yeah, put file here. And it's still in the commits API. So yeah, let's do this. Yeah, I think it's still just create this dot repo. Oh, interesting. Yeah, not so sure about this library, but whatever. So yeah, we've got project ID. I think for branch we can just do head. Yeah, sorry. Peter's doing well. I like Peter's laugh. There you go. There you go. Is your arch nemesis also a giant chicken? When you were 12, a rooster chased you. Ooh, okay. So that's your origin story. Got it. So wait, branches required. Can I not pass head? Or do I have to fetch? You couldn't win versus a rooster? No, they're vicious, man. Hold on. I think we've all heard my story, like me versus the geese. Who here has not heard that story? Who here does not know the goose story? All right, all right. All it takes is one, because it's a fun story to tell anyway. All right, so I lived in Texas multiple times. I think the second time we were leaving Texas, it's got to be the second time. I don't think it was the first time. I was too young the first time. Second time we were leaving Texas, I was in kindergarten or first grade or something like that. Pretty sure it was first time we left Texas. We're moving, right, from Texas to Pennsylvania, I believe, and then to Jersey. We stayed at my dad's friend's place, Mike Fuquay. And they got this like trailer on some property, you know, like just out kind of like in the boonies a bit, like not that deep, but you know, they had property, like enough land to like have a little like mini baseball field and just, yeah, trampoline and a bunch of other stuff. When we get there, right, parents are all saying hellos and all that stuff, and we see this giant flock of geese on their property. And I don't know, I must have been like looking at them or something, and, you know, Mike Fuquay, the guy who owns the land's just like, hey man, don't worry about them geese. You know, if they get near you, just feel free to whomp them right there, and you know, just whomp them, and they'll back away. You know, it's cool. And I was like, you know, I say something, probably say okay. So my parents then keep like chatting and doing their thing and saying hellos as we just got there and doing what adults do, I guess, nowadays. No, it's much better. All of a sudden, my parents are like, wait, where'd Chris go? And then they just see me with a stick walking straight towards the geese. Like 50 yards away, whatever. If my parents were yelling at me, I didn't hear them. I'm walking straight up, and, you know, like geese usually have like a head of the pack, like that bull goose, you know? He starts walking towards me honking, and I just whomp him right in the neck, right? Middle of the neck. My parents will never forget the sound that it made. It was like a or something, and like the goose's neck like folded in the middle. Yeah. From then on, the geese would not come near me. Like we were playing baseball, they'd be over there near second base or whatever, and I'd be running towards second base, and the entire flock would just spread back. So I established dominance over an entire flock of geese with one swift whomp right in the middle of the neck. Young Chris was king of that animal kingdom. Yeah, no, they survived. Yeah, because, like, dude, I was in kindergarten or something, right? Like, I probably couldn't hit a goose hard enough in the neck to kill it. But he remembered. Oh, he remembered. Right? If geese tell, like, stories, there's that tale handed down generation to generation about that one wild fucking human. The little one. Never trust the little ones. Would I do that nowadays? No. But there's something Chris understood about animal nature. Yeah, despite being smaller, it is significantly more aggressive than the other human beings. Do not fuck with them. Yeah. Oh no, it's good. And my parents tell the story better than I do. But yeah. Yeah, that was a fun little bit. If you did it to a swan, it would only get more agitated. Maybe, I don't know. Like geese don't fuck around. Geese do not fuck around. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, what is the ranking of asshole birds? I think seagulls got to be like the biggest assholes of any of them. They'll steal a sandwich right out of your hand. Yeah, then they'll shit on you. They'll do both at the same time. And laugh about it. Exactly. Oh no. Wait, wasn't that like don't their stomachs explode? Am I thinking of something else? Maybe that's just an urban myth. I don't want to test it. They carpet bombed the beach. Oh my god. Gross. I don't like it. All right, so here's the thing though. They force us to say what branch this is going to go to. So I might need to fetch the default branch. I feel like it'd be nice if I could just pass like head to it. Because I don't want to start a new branch. Yeah, I think I just have to fetch the default branch. Okay, so we can fetch. God, I don't want to fetch all branches. Hmm. See, I thought I disliked GitHub's REST API. I think I dislike this one more. There you go, Bob. Oh, weird. Yeah, I clicked it and it didn't do anything. Huh. Whatever. Ooh, can I just do a quick little spoiler alert? I need to like not drop the ball and forget about it. But Quincy Larson from Free Code Camp floated the idea of interviewing me for his podcast. I need to get like all the info and stuff together for him, but that's like another one of the things I gotta like. I got too many to-dos to do right now. But it's worth it. Because, dude, yeah, I'm a big Free Code Camp fan. Y'all know that, right? Nothing guaranteed, you know? It is guaranteed that I'm co-MCing JS Nation this year, though. Like, me and, like, 3 other people. Right? CJ, Coding Garden, he's going to be co-MCing as well. They're going to cover flight and hotel room. Chug from the bottle. Nah, I'm good on that. No, thank you. Yeah, I'm really proud of it. Thank you. Here's something. I think Aaron Francis's talk from Commit Your Code conference is something everyone needs to watch because it's really powerful. Like the way he like phrased things and framed it. Like basically, I didn't see it because I'm a slacker, but from everyone I talked to and everything I heard about it, it was like super inspiring. And the gist of it was you can just do stuff. Oh, do you want to MC a conference? Just ask. Right? At the bare minimum, you're now on their radar more than you would have been without it. You want to give a talk at a conference? Just submit. Fuck it. Like, you can just do things. Right? So, yeah, just super inspiring. I didn't actually chat with Aaron Francis. I don't know. But, yeah, super cool, dude. So, yeah, at some point, we'll watch that here on stream to help hype up the Commit Your Code conference. But not today. Yeah, so we just gotta fetch branches, but man, is there something that we can pass that would get them in like the order of like most recently updated or something? Hmm. I point people to Free Code Camp, but not for the videos. And it's not that I'm against video tutorials in general. If you like video, then go for it. I don't use video. I think at some point, as you become better and better as a dev, you're going to dislike video more and more too. Right? For learning. But, right? Like, let's just go to it and look at the curriculum, right? Full stack developer, right? Start learning. Yeah, like you just hop in and you start coding. It's not a video, right? Ah, so you mainly know their YouTube channel. Okay. Yeah, like, no, this is like an interactive, like, awesome thing. And they're using, like, the Python, like, Wasm stuff for the Python version of the course. Like, dude, it's really good. It's not video content. But also, if you like learning from video, don't listen to me. I just simply think the better you get, the less you're going to like video too. But I could be wrong. Doesn't affect me anyway whatsoever. Learn how you want to learn. Exactly. Right? Videos are too slow, but also like bookmarking a specific thing in a video sucks. Like I can just know that, oh, that's a purple link. I've clicked it before. And like I can understand docs from a context that you'll just never get from video. Video is great for like learning the keywords that you should probably look up later, but not for like referencing, right? Videos are not reference material. They're like introductory material. There are very few videos that I think are worth watching more than once, as an example. Like for tech stuff. Birth and Death of JavaScript? Yeah, that's one of them. That one totally. We could watch that every single day and it'd still be relevant, still be entertaining, right? Nice for game dev and shaders, sure. Yeah. I mean, for like demonstration stuff, though, you can code that into a documentation site about it too, though, right? Like one really good just interactive widget with sliders is so much better than someone else in a video manipulating that without giving you the chance to like do the slider stuff. So even then, for like shaders, especially shaders, I like the idea of like parameterizing the shader and being able to like manipulate it and see what's happening as it explains what's going on under the hood, etc. So yes, like even then I still think videos are probably the worst medium for that because I'd rather see screenshots on a static page and then better than that, something interactive on a static page. And videos just aren't interactive, you know? They don't even have the chance to be interactive anymore. Whereas like a docs page, sky's the limit. How much effort do you want to put in? Videos are good for concepts. It's good for giving you the shit you need to figure something out later. But then you're going to be looking at a doc site anyway. And I think that's what conference talks are really good at too. They're there to just give you the keywords to look stuff up later. They're not meant to be this comprehensive learning guide. And I think a lot of people really mess that up when they give talks. Like I've chatted with Jason Langsdorff before and like about like how we structure slides and think about that. And his conversation like really, really like changed my mind a bit. Like I know like, yeah, too much like text on a slide is bad. But he'll even say like, I don't want anything more than just like an image and maybe like a quick title on a slide. Anything else, I can say it. I can just use my words. And yeah, I think I really like I think I really focused on that a lot with my Git merge talk, which I think those slides are some of the best slides I've ever done. I just talked way too fast. And it was a hard topic to not feel like a product pitch. Which, yes, like other companies, they totally did product pitch stuff at Git merge. I didn't want to be the one that did. Let me get more music on. My favorite thing really was that at the end of my talk, I was talking about Commit Composer and how like I think JJ and Git Butler are also doing their own version of what composing commits even looks like and blah blah blah. At which point I like, oh man, do I have these slides available anywhere? Hold on. One second. Come on, GitHub. Index me. Index me. It's like Witness Me from Mad Max. I don't know if they've published it. They did like stream it live. I just don't know if it's like fully public yet. But yeah, like, dude, these slides, I'm really proud of these. Right, we did some of our branding, right? Screenshots. Where are we now? I'm a little bummed that doesn't animate the way I thought, but whatever. All right. I don't know, like really like not text dense talks. Oh, it's weird that one's broken. Oh, okay. Image took a while. Sure. This is like the most text dense version. And even that, like, I would have kept polishing it more. But then the part that I'm really proud of at the end, right? Right? Different companies, same team. And it's that, like, the meme of, like, from Predator when Arnold meets his buddy, Apollo Creed. And they, like, lock arms. And then someone, like, color shifted them so much that they do this, like, circle of just, like, arms, like, banding together. It's super good. Because, like, really, dude, it is not a zero-sum game in tech in general. If you can carve out a niche and someone else wants to participate in that niche, you both win by that niche becoming bigger, by people realizing that they should use your tool, right? So any of these things that make Git easier to work with, we're all on the same team of making Git easier to work with. And I really, really like that. This mentality, right? This like phrase, I'm actually stealing from Andrew McLean, who's now at Twilio. He was at a feature flag company just before called DevCycle. He actually invited all of the other like feature flag companies to come participate in basically this like this really cool like Twitter space thing that he did. And it was like, dude, different companies, same team. The more people we can convince that they should be using feature flags, the more we all win. It's about having that like shared goal. Just recognizing it's not a zero-sum game. Does that mean I'll never be a billionaire? Fuck it. I'm okay with it. I'd rather be able to live with myself than be billionaire rich, personally. Now, a few million, right? If I could be like dozens of millions rich, oh, well, all right, that'd be nice. Also, probably not going to happen, but whatever. So yeah, this is the part where I just hate the fact that they force me to pass the branch I want to commit this to. Because it's not always main. It's not always main. Well, I mean, could it be, though? No. We don't want to hard code the branch. Because eventually when we go to the PR flow, that requires separate branches, right? So this like utility function of put file that just has to live on its own. I'm putting the cart before the horse by building anything around the pull request stuff. Like, will I ever even get to it? Oh, this is the Bob that I know. This is the Bob that I know. How do you make a big company give back without changing the license? When they ask for features. So at the bare minimum, right? Like, think about Git. There are these giant companies built on the backs of Git contributors, right? Some of them just do it because they love to do it, and then others are working full time for a company that gains value from it, which I think is really powerful. At this Git contributor summit, there was someone from Google, there was someone from GitHub, there was a bunch of people from Git Butler, there was the main JJ guy, like, and JJ is basically a Google thing too. It's really fucking cool, right? The key is, right, if they're not going to contribute money, give us a full-time dev whose own entire goal is helping you get the shit that you want done into the main code base. Because you don't want to maintain a fork, because that sucks, right? Like, they could fork Git at any of these companies, but then they lose out on the collectiveness of everything else that gets submitted. And then you're maintaining a fork and doing the upstream shit. And like, the more you diverge, the more effort it is to maintain. They recognize that there is a collective value of just getting it into core instead of maintaining a fork. And it's worth paying someone to basically just work on that. In my opinion. Does every company do that? Hell no. Are there any full-time employees contributing to curl? No, but companies are using curl in major fucking ways, right? I just think Git is one of the few that I've seen doing it or having it done well because companies recognize the value they get. Like, there were people from Garrett, which I believe is just some like Google Git wrapper as well. Like, they allowed me to sit in on that shit at like the Git thing. There are ways of doing it right, and the Git project seems like one of the best implementations of that so far. It's a core dependency made by a tech celebrity. Right, so it's like a little easier than other things. I'll totally accept that. But there are entire like billion-dollar businesses running on top of like not just Git for their teams, but like Git as like a core part of their product, you know? And that's like the magic of it to me. think another way to look at it too is, like, look at Google. Sure, they're a billion-dollar company who probably makes a lot of money off devs that they've never compensated in any way. But Google also creates billion-dollar businesses by just publishing their white papers. There is some billion-dollar company in the making that will make Zanzibar the one true way to do permissions, right? At scale. Does that company exist yet? I know Auth0 is trying. But they didn't hire me, so I don't know if they're the ones. I don't know if they're going to make it. Not going to make it. Cool idea, cool company, very cool people. But when I was interviewing for a DevRel role, they didn't hire me, so I don't know. Not going to make it. I'm bullshitting, by the way. No, I still really believe in the product. I think anything that makes Zanzibar accessible and usable is magic. Especially if you can host it yourself. Now, dude, if I had to keep a grudge for every company that didn't hire me, I'd be out of room for grudges. You know, like shit. It would occupy my entire brain space. Now, I save my grudges for the ones that really, really piss me off. Source graph. Hold on, what's another one I have a grudge against? Cerebrus. Actually, I didn't even interview for Cerebrus. They just rubbed me the wrong way in a different way. I think in general, yes, hold on to those grudges. Those make you who you are. And it makes for interesting conversation sometimes. What's up, Definite? Yeah, Cerebrus. Like, they hosted some event in Seattle. But they massively oversold the RSVPs for it. Like, by a factor of, like, 10. Like a 10x over-provisioned, hey, you got a ticket, come on in. But then they only allowed, like, the first 400 people in. But they, like, allowed way too many to register. And then they're just turning people away and being dicks about it. Yeah, Cerebrus, I'll never touch a thing they do. I will look at every single competitor instead. Modal? Yeah, maybe Modal. Anything but Cerebrus at this point. Because that's just bad planning and that's disrespectful. There were, like, sure, I drove into the city from Redmond. There were people that drove in from fucking Snohomish. There were people that drove in from further into Seattle to go to this event, and they got denied because whoever their DevRel people are fucking suck at planning. And it's just not cool, man. It is massively disrespectful. You want people to, like, actually show up if they RSVP? Charge $5. That's it. Just charge $5. And you will cut down at least half of the people that just RSVP for the sake of RSVPing. Just $5, right? Like the Twitch meme. It's just $5. If you really, really want to make sure that people RSVP, actually show up, charge a little bit of money. Fuck it. It's so easy. But I especially got pissed because some people who knew someone were able to get in, even after they were at capacity. I managed to get in, but then they were dicks about it after I was in, and they were not at capacity. There was not 400 people in that room. Nope. No thank you. I may not be an influencer, but I can have a little bit of influence. And if anyone is looking for some like provisionable hardware, right? Like GPUs, Azure, right? I was able to hang out with an Azure dude who's like, yeah, you need GPUs, right? You talk to him, he'll get you like reserved GPUs. What you want? H whatever, B whatever, fuck it, you got it. Yeah. Fire marshals. It was probably that. I think it was a don't worry, we'll fit them in somehow. And then the venue owners were like, no, fire marshals, right? 400 max, that's it. But it's also like, dude, you guys are not at standing room only capacity in this area. The 7 of us that finagled our way in, why you gotta be such a dick? Like, dude, it was bad. It was really bad. So, hold on. What is SVP? Senior Vice President? I don't know. What's the context, Brainless? Oh, RSVP. Oh, gotcha. No. RSVP is like when you register for something and say you're going to be there, you have RSVP'd. And I don't actually understand what it... I don't actually know what word RSVP is... Or what words it stands for. Yeah. I feel like reservation is somewhere in there, but yeah, I don't know. Responde, s'il vous plaît. Yeah, okay, there you go. Please respond. Respond if you please. Got it. Yeah. But in general, when you RSVP for an event, you're saying you are showing up to that event. And people will do so. If it's a free event, they'll just click a button because it costs them nothing to click a button. But if it costs $5 or 10 or 20, well then, yeah, the people who are on the fence just don't click it. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, 3D Factor. I appreciate that. So, hold on. You're trying to make your first YouTube video on a subject you want to do a presentation for at a software group meeting. Talking into a camera is hard, and I do it so well. I mean, I do it so well because I have a teleprompter, and I can just read the shit from the teleprompter. But no, I hear your pain. My recommendation is don't worry about like a word-for-word script. Practice the thing you're doing enough that you don't need to read what you need to say. You just might need some like visual cue, right? Like, okay, I'm doing my slides, blah, blah, blah. And then, oh, what slide am I on? This? All right, so now I'm going to talk about the thing again, right? Like, understand what you want to talk about enough that you can basically like ad-lib it. The worst presentations ever, the people who are reading directly from a script. Like, and I swear, I hate the ones where someone's reading from a script on a teleprompter and you just see their eyes like going back and forth. Like that shit, that's as much uncanny valley as like the eye contact fucking AI bullshit too. Have you ever tried to use those? Boy, they suck. I think Descript has one. Like, I don't know. There's a bunch of them that try and do, like, the eye contact, like, AI thing, and it ends up looking like, I don't know, like Steve Buscemi eyes, basically. Like, you ever seen where people put Steve Buscemi eyes on random people? Dude. Right? That's what I feel like all of the AI, like eye tracking, like, the AI eye contact shit does. No, it creates Steve Buscemi eyes for everyone. Like, and it's just so gnarly. It is full on nightmare fuel. Dude, it's so good. Ginger Bill? I feel like I've heard that name. I'm not familiar, but a recent video about Odin. But yeah, like you can tell he's just like, you see his eyes like scanning. It's really hard to avoid that. The best speakers know what they're talking about enough that they don't have to read the text. And that's important. I really like that. I think it's very important. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, someone just texted me something hours ago, but whatever. Let me at least reply. I'm really bad at replying. Honestly, I could make it. I could go to this thing. I don't know. I got so much work to do, though. Most common thing when CSS transforms get rasterized for GPU, it sometimes loses fidelity. Different browsers do different things. Ooh, what was that? JLem, I missed the context. Sorry. Have I ever worked with CSS 3D flip animations? If so, is it common to have a bit of a blurry image when it's static, but clearer during the transition? That is pretty common. What are you transitioning? Is it just pure text or is it other stuff? And hold on. Okay, anyway. Pure text, but it's like a card that flips to the other side. Okay, so number one, make sure that you've got hardware acceleration turned on for it. Usually that means like you need to trigger what's everyone's favorite like hardware acceleration hack. Will change transform is a good one. That one's more for optimizing the change detection. There's also just doing like a transform 3D by default. Even if it's just 0, 0, 0. Like 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0. Yeah, 3. Yeah. Try transform 3D on it. Ah, okay. Yeah, I wasn't aware that that's what will change will do. I thought will change was doing something separate where it's just informing the CSS engine that it will change, and at that point it's like optimizing the path of doing other stuff. No. So Todd, it's not about during the animation. It's about like before the animation is kicked off. So he's saying it looks great while it's animating, but it's the beforehand part. Yeah, for some reason the beforehand part is blurry. And I feel like making sure that element is pushed to the hardware renderer using Transform 3D or what's another one? Backdrop visibility. I think I've done that one before. But you just want to force that element to be hardware rendered instead of software rendered. And yeah. Todd, thank you for the reminders. It did take me a few days. I think I did it on Friday, and I did get a response, and they were thankful. I had another person at Get Merge reach out to me too. They're like in the Chandler area. But yeah, Firefox is notorious for crappy animations. Yeah, I could see that. Oh, cool. Who was that? Was that Maggie? She's our recruiter, and she's awesome. She's really good at her job. Yeah, she's awesome. Fuck yeah, awesome, cool. Yep. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you were aware that your messages did not fall on deaf ears, even though I forgot to reply. Yeah, no worries. It doesn't guarantee anything. Doesn't guarantee anything, but I just want to make sure. Especially the fact that you're in the area, that's huge. That's like really huge. And that reminds me, there was a really good talk by... Shit, I'm forgetting the name now. Is it Signal or something like that? There's some company that's like Signal Fire. Yeah. Signal Fire presented a really cool talk on like the first night. Maybe it was their lightning talk. I forget. So if it's the lightning talk, I'm the one responsible for recording it. But they're like a venture capital company that created like this, that just had access to a bunch of data. And like they were able to show that Arizona actually has one of the highest rates of unemployed software devs per like jobs available and stuff. Which makes it hard for you guys who are like local to the Arizona area. But it actually makes it really nice for businesses that are in that area. Yeah, it was a really cool talk just showing some of that data. Scottsdale, Chandler, like, I mean, just like Pennsylvania in general, like there are a lot of devs looking for dev jobs in Arizona. Did I say Pennsylvania? I think my brain farted. If I didn't say Pennsylvania, my brain thought Pennsylvania, but I meant Arizona. Same country, so it counts. But no, the dude from Signal Fire that presented seemed really cool. Wait, did they fund Lago? I didn't know that. I was gonna say, like, how staged is this shit? I'm like, is that the same girl that's there? I don't think so, though. I was just curious. I don't know. I've been thinking a lot about, for any of my projects, do I need VC funding? And the answer is probably no. Yeah, a little bit of stock photo vibes for sure. Could have been AI generated. You never know. And yeah, I think for certain things I would need VC funding. For other stuff, maybe not, though. Anyway, let's keep working. You can tell I'm dragging my feet because I don't like the way this is implemented. Just got to do it, though. All right, so const branches dot all brought on 2 co-founders. You're using Nuxt. Nice. Yeah, that's awesome. For everyone out there, before you even get in, yeah, Nuxt is not owned by Vercel. Nuxt Labs is owned by Vercel, but Nuxt is not. So you don't have to hate on Nuxt. There are probably some high-profile people at Vercel that won't be at Vercel very long. And I don't want to speculate or necessarily say anything that I shouldn't. But yes, there are probably some high-profile people that will no longer be at Vercel. Yeah. Because Guillermo has the social sensibilities. I don't even know. I have no idea. I don't know what social sensibilities he has because I don't think he has any. Like, I don't know, man. Again, not trying to disparage him. I just don't know. It just seems like he doesn't think about stuff before he does it. Sometimes. Have I tried vibe coding? It's great for work you don't want to do. No, and it's like, no, I would never vibe code this. But I have done a little bit of vibe coding stuff. I like it when it's very, like, small scope. I don't like large scope vibe coding, but doesn't mean I'm not going to do it. I just need to get better at it, so I got to try it. And that's why we have this, like, game that I want to make that we were, like, setting up before I went on my trip, but we didn't finish setting up, where I want to do, like, some Tailscale virtual machine, use all of my fucking Mac Mini when I can, while I'm, like, out and about. Like, could I go hang out at some conference and just prompt a thing, come back and do some code review straight from my phone? No big deal. That would be kind of cool. I'd love to do that, but do it remotely without some other asshole's hardware in between, besides Tailscale. That'd be kind of fun. When you vibe, you can't ever just let go of the code. No, and I totally get that, right? Like, and I think that's important. Even if you end up writing it all yourself, you still got to get the inspiration from it, right? at which point it's valuable. Like, oh, hey, here's what it's doing. Well, you know what? It would have taken me a few iterations to figure out that I didn't like that approach. So then bam, right? Like seeing a thing you didn't like allows you to like think about how you wanted to do it and would like doing it. So that's still like hugely valuable. Even if it creates even if I try and vibe code a game and it's making PRs and I never merge a single PR it does, I still have the inspiration for what I actually wanted to do. Right? So there's a lot of value to that. But yes, is AI taking our jobs? Hell no. Only if you're writing code that you don't want to maintain. And then, yeah, Todd. Pounding the podium. Yeah. Like, I feel like he'll do a cover of that Tool song that's about, like, cooking a chocolate cake in German. Yeah, it would basically be a cover of that song. Die Eier van Satan. Yeah, for sure. Exactly. Yep. I wouldn't put it past that to be one of Big G's like go-to karaoke songs. Pound, pound, pound. Right? Yeah, exactly. I think we all know the visual we're going for. All right, so you think vibe coding should be used for menial tasks like review, optimization, refactoring, and stuff, making it architect a structure of thing you want to do either wastes your time with you having to review it all or puts you in technical debt with it just works, we'll look at it later. Yeah, so here's the big thing there, 3D Factor. I would love to like vibe code out an example of something. Right? Like, hey, here's this like game I've wanted to make forever. I'll vibe code the shit out of it and see if it's even fun to play. And if it's actually fun, well then yeah, I'll start actually building it right. And maybe reuse some of the shit that got vibe coded. But to me, as far as like a game goes, and even then in software dev, you don't know if the thing you're building is actually the right approach anyway, especially for like startups and stuff. So just vibe coding the fuck out of that part and trying it, doing it on like some separate branch or something, and then seeing if it even solves a problem. Oh, it does? Well, cool, bring it in. Oh, it doesn't? Well, throw that shit away. I think that's the huge value there. But, like, not for code you want to maintain. Hell no. I mean, Todd, yeah, that's literally what we do here. Except more on the vibing part. We code every once in a while when I start feeling guilty. All right, so branch dot, what is it, name? I think that's what they wanted there. And then what else are we passing to create for this commit? And yeah, just saying, 3D Factor, like, you know, just because I'm procrastinating a thing doesn't mean I don't want to do it. It does just mean that I want to think about how I'm doing it more than I probably should. Dude, IntelliSense, right? There are people that pushed back on IntelliSense 20 years ago. You know, like, you can't be the curmudgeon that thinks it's cheating. Because you're just going to waste a bunch of time on, like, typos and bullshit, you know? This is one of the biggest reasons I push back on the Primogens, like, take that, like, everyone should learn how to type fast. No. No. Every single tool that has been introduced into tech in the past, like, 20 years for us at the editor level has made it to where we have to type less. As developer tooling progresses, we will need to type less and less. One tab key versus, I don't know, a 50 character long line, or 50 character long, you know, enum in Objective C. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? No, hold on. Here it is. Here it is. Right? Like, who wants to type that out? Could I just do CN, maybe CNL, hit tab, get to the next bit, then type Y, hit tab, hit to the next bit, then maybe like F or S or whatever? Who wants to type that out? But damn it, I love the fact that it's so descriptive because we know exactly what this thing is. No, I mean, Todd, are you saying you don't tab complete anything? That sounds like bullshit. Like, what the fuck? Type out things while learning? I don't think anyone needs to type this. I don't think any human being ever needs to type this whole thing out. If you know what you're looking for and you can use tab completion to do so, then just do that. I think taking physical notes has value. I'm just really fucking bad at it. I never did it. This is an enum, right? So look at all the other enum values available for CN label, right? This is like the contact list in your phone, in an iOS device. All of these things are relations that matter and should be human readable, right? The value it points to could be just some random number or whatever, right? No human being should have to like hard code some magic string for that. But dude, no one should have to type that whole thing out either. And this is what Xcode was really fucking good at when doing iOS dev back in the day and still today. Where, like, when people hate on Xcode, they've never actually experienced the fact that it had the best tab completion of any editor I've ever dealt with until LSPs and some of those things became more prevalent. But iOS development nailed it on the developer experience way before a lot of stuff. It's just that Xcode's like 30 gigabytes for some reason. You're saying this is inaccessible? I don't think so. I disagree. No, this contact is exactly what it says it is. How else would you do this? If you needed these distinctions between your aunt parent's sister versus your aunt parent's elder sister, I struggle to think of any other way. This should be just tab completable, right? CN label contact relation. That part right there, that prefix. Could they have namespaced this to where that's just like an object you tab complete? Sure. But also, what value do you gain? Because your tab completion will get you to this point anyway. And then you just pick like the next letter. Problem solved. Just enable them. No, and I get that there, Todd. I think there's a bit there that is a failure on the screen reader tooling. Like, screen readers for like a text editor or like a code editor should be technically different from other screen readers, in my opinion. Oh yeah. No, we'll have a lobster roll together. It's no longer summer in Arizona. It's probably still 90 degrees, but yeah. I could actually travel to the office again now. But I still think what I'm getting is that for some reason, this, right, like the tab completion of this should be screen readable, right? Like, to me, that's not a flaw of this. It's a flaw of the dev tooling. And dev tooling for blind people has not caught up in any major way. Right? Like, what I'm getting at is Xcode and all these other things, or has it? What I'm saying is, like, you should be able to, like, understand the prefix of the other, like, recommendations that you're typing out. And that should be auto-completable in a really cool way. Voice-to-text tools. Yeah, that's solid. That's a good point, too. 3D factor. Yeah. Being anti-vibe coding might actually be a bit ableist when you really think about it. That's a good point. But what I'm getting at is just simply like the tab completion. It should be able to see that all of these things, if I type in CNL, it should be able to like do the tab completion to the thing that is common between all of these things. And then from there, start reading out the thing that's different. If that's not happening in text editors, then that's like a dev tooling problem more than anything. Blind dev seems too hard to be possible? Bullshit. 100% bullshit. One of the best devs I've ever worked with, at Fairwinds especially, like, he was blind. And he killed it. He understood more about our code base than anything. Like, just because he had to create this mental model that he couldn't just, like, click through. He had to understand it. It was amazing. Like, dude. Yeah, no, I disagree, Lightspeed. I disagree. There are blind coders out there that are fucking phenomenal because they have learned how to create this mental model that us people with sight haven't been forced to create, so we're not good at doing it. Which means that they can actually create a mental model of any code base way quicker than you ever will. You'll need, like, visualizations to see that shit. Well, they can't use those. So then they got to get good at making it themselves. And that's the biggest thing about, like, vibe coding. Yeah, you vibe code an entire code base. You don't have a mental model of that shit. You just don't. But you build something from scratch, and you do. And that mental model is massive. That mental model is the difference between productive and not productive. When you wrote the entire code base and you see some bug, oh, I know exactly where that's happening. You vibe coded it? Well, shit. Let's go digging. Yeah, 100%. Like, no, the ability to create a mental model of your code is far more important than hammering out a bunch of shitty code. That mental model aspect is massive. Oh, I'd never even thought about that 3D factor. That sounds very cool. That sounds very cool. All right, we're gonna, we're at 7 p.m. For a first day back kind of thing, getting back into the flow of streaming, just hanging out with y'all. Dude, can I just say, I missed all of y'all. I really missed all of y'all. I like going out to conferences. I like being social. I like doing that stuff. I fucking love streaming. I missed all y'all. I'm so happy to be back. Like, I got more shit because the fall is just when all this shit piles up. So, yes, I'm going to TwitchCon here in a couple weeks. I'll be there for 4 or 5 days. I'll come back, and then I'll be here for like a month. And then I got other shit. And then I'm not traveling until at least March next year. Snowboarding days will happen. We will miss a day here and there if there's like good powder. But also, I can go snowboard in the morning and get back here by 1 p.m. and still stream. So, yeah, like a good powder day doesn't keep me from streaming. It just prevents a bit of work. Stream while I'm boarding? No, Stevens Pass has like the worst fucking cell coverage. Nah, it's bad. I don't know, maybe it's changed, but I'd want to pay someone to carry that shit because it's really annoying, like holding the selfie thing or whatever. Yeah, I've done the record and upload. You guys seen that, right? I haven't heard anything about GitCon. So GitCon might bring me back down there. I'll be pretty busy doing GitCon stuff if we do that, but like that might be the one thing that brings me back down to Arizona besides just like, you know, let's go meet and hang out and kind of stuff. So yeah, I could make it to Arizona here in like a month. Like last year, it was the beginning of November that we did that. I think we could probably do the same. Damn it. Sorry. And yeah, Definite Optimist, I appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate you. I don't know, man. I think other people kill it too. I'm just happy to be in the running. Best Twitch streamer, like, no, that's too subjective. But top 10? Ooh, that might be quantifiable. Best Twitch streamer, I'd never claim it. Top 10? All right. I might agree to that one. Like, not Twitch streamer in general. I mean in this category, right? Software dev. Not Twitch. Not all of Twitch. Come on. I'm not that cocky. Shit. Best snowboarder on Twitch? Ooh, I'm in the top 10. Yep. Best snowboarder on Twitch? Ooh, yeah. I'll play a game of snow with anybody. Let's do that shit. Happily in the top 10 of best snowboarders on Twitch. I'll take that one. Like, no doubt in my mind. But anyway, yeah, we're at 7 p.m. We had a really good first day back. Man, I've been gone for a week and it felt like 3. It felt like 3 weeks. Like, it felt too long. Top 3? Well, I don't know who the other 2 would be. But I assume they're out there just statistically. They have to exist. So, I don't know, maybe top 5. But top 10, easy. Top 10, without a doubt in my mind. Me and Last Miles. Oh, thank you there, 3D Factor. Last Miles, the shit he does while drinking whiskey is insane. Like, oh man, I'm not even close. Yeah, that dude, he's number 1 as far as like whiskey coders. Here on Twitch? Oh yeah. I'm trying to think of other like whiskey coders. I might be number 2 by proxy. Anyway, hold on. This was one thing I wanted to show off, right? Like, I will totally bring my 360 cam up snowboarding. I did this like a year or 2 ago, right? Powder day. was right there in Big Chief trees. Like, I skirt through some shit, and then I find the vein. Just fresh snow, like shredding it. Ooh-wee. Now, this was a good run. Powder day. Exactly, dude. I did. Yeah. So I'll try and get some more clips of that. I'll probably even try and get like an upgraded Insta360 this year. The one I got's a little old. It's probably like 4 years old at this point. Todd, you don't miss the winters. Well, luckily in Arizona, you don't get one. Like, Arizona winter is basically a Washington summer. And a thank you, anonymous gifter. Whiskey code. But okay, yeah, appreciate y'all. I think this was a great day. We should figure out who we go raid. Someone invited me out to a thing in the city. I don't know. I guess I could do it. And worst case scenario, I just come back home. That's easy. I do have a bunch of work I got to do. Like tomorrow, yeah, I got some very specific stuff. I can't believe it's already, like, dude, this is a pre-Friday, right? Friday Eve. Tomorrow is a Friday. I'm going to do that one. But, yeah, who do we go raid? Who's streaming right now? Yeah, finish your slides, dude. J-Blow? No, he's good. He's good. I don't agree with everything he does, but no, he's good. I do want to see if we can raid like an actual, like, you know, web dev slash like other kind of coder versus game dev. There's a lot of good people on actually right now. Okay, no, we have to go raid Z.A. Shaw. Because, hold on, is his starting soon screen a reference? You using SlideDev? Dude, Todd, I just created... Oh, hold on, before we go then. I haven't clicked the raid, so it's fine. Dude, this is something that I think you might even be, like, really stoked on, too. I created a pull request to test out, like, a draft of an idea for being able to put, like, a timer value inside of one of your slides. So at this certain point, when you hit this slide, what is the timer you're at, right? Presenter mode style, versus where you expected to be. And can you, like, get notified of that differential somewhere, right? So, like, oh, you're over by a minute, or you're under by 20 seconds. Could you get that as these, like, splits, like speedrunner style, as you're going through it? Because, dude, I fuck it up. I talk way too fast every time. Yeah. Like, dude, I made, like, the hackiest version of it using, like, just window events that you can then subscribe and do stuff with. I'll happily do it the right way if it's a feature that would ever get merged. And, you know, SlideDev is Ant Fu, I believe. So he's really responsive on stuff. Yeah, it's an Ant Fu thing. So, yeah, I would love to discuss this feature and just build it out for him, you know? Like, I'm not expecting him to do the work. I just want to make sure that it's a feature he wants that I can then put in the work to do the right way. If not, it's not worth my time, and I'll just fork this shit. Yeah, I think it'd be really cool. There was another one. If anyone is doing CLI-based slide presentations where, like, you just want your terminal, like, up the whole time, dude. I know it's on Blue Sky. Hold on. Yeah, I posted about it on Blue Sky because Scott Chacon was using... Oh, damn. That's a shitload of notifications. Oh, my God. Okay. Roast beef? What? All right, I'll respond to that shit later. But if we go to profile, this right here, dude. And yeah, like the trolls, dude. I blocked some of these fucking people. Yeah, the brisket. Yep. This right here. Dude, his titles, his commit messages are funny. But basically, yeah, it's like a Go tool to do like slides in your terminal. And it's amazing. Like, dude, it's really, really good. Yeah. Would he benefit from like screenshots and shit? Dude, he vibe coded this just last week. Like, fuck it, dude. Like, come on. But still, very fucking cool idea. And it was one of my favorite like presentations I saw, just like by using this. It was really cool. And he's using bubble tea and glamour and all that. I feel like Bash Bunny would be like really pumped to hype this up too. So yeah, if you're doing anything where like you're going to be in the terminal the whole time, you could build your slides using bubble tea and glamour to do the markdown to CLI tool stuff. And then you got like your interactive terminal on the side too. And I would also consider making an equivalent of the whole like speed running splits thing for this too. Like I really like it. So yeah, definitely worth checking out if anyone wants to do CLI focused presentations. I haven't had a chance to use it myself, but I will. Absolutely, I will. So yeah, anyway, let's go raid Z.A. Shaw. He doesn't have the camera on today, and I'm okay with that. I just wanted to raid him because I want to shout out the fact that I think his starting screen is a reference to Buckaroo Banzai. Oh, he's back. Okay, no, he just stepped away. Perfect. Way better. Way better. Introduction to tutorial. Like, dude, all sorts of shit. Exactly 3D Factor. Like, it's really awesome. It's really good. And you can do it all just within, like, the one terminal without, like, switching back and forth and doing any of that BS. I do enough, like, CLI tooling type just hacking on shit that I think it'd be kind of fun. Yeah. No worries, Todd. I'm also raiding out, so perfect timing. We're going to go say hi to Z.A. Shaw. He's a really solid dude. Very cool. And yes, I really, really want to like ask him about that starting soon screen. So yeah, I'll see y'all tomorrow. It's Friday. Oh man, tomorrow we're probably going late. Bullshitting like we do right now. I wouldn't trade it for the world. But yeah, like first day back after a week. Were we going to finish this thing today? No, but we actually made more progress than I expected. So I'm okay with it. I hope you guys are too. And tomorrow you can see me finish this thing. I think. At least finish what we got to do and then try and use it and then see if it breaks or not. So anyway, let's go raid Z.A. Shaw. I'm going to say farewell to the YouTube stream first. Later, YouTube.